Well, good afternoon, race fans. Welcome into the finale, the ultimate race, Mount Panorama of this 6-hour endurance series in conjunction with Trackalicious, Sim Racing 949, and Box3 Motorsports. I want to welcome everyone in. I want to thank you for being here. My name is Molson FL. You can call me Adam. We are here for the entire 6 hours today as the drivers just now dropping in for our 10-minute free practice up front. And then we will be jumping into our qualification session leading into the 6 hours at Mount Panorama. And as I put out in the announcement, who's going to win today? We don't know what team's going to win, but a lot of times when you go to Bathurst, the mountain ends up being the champion. We'll see if that happens while we are on track today. As I said, I want to welcome you all in and thank you for being here. Great to see everybody around as we let the drivers, a few of the drivers, get out there. And thank you, Huff. I probably should have pulled data before the start of this. I just did not have time with an appointment I had this morning. So we will start walking through the drivers and teams here in just a few minutes as we wait to get started. But listen, like I said, this is the final race of this series. But that's okay, because we got you covered 100%. Part 2 starts up in November. We're going to Donington, Suzuka, Kyalami, and back to the mountain, back to Bathurst in February of next year. 4 races, 6 hours each. It's going to be a ton of fun. again with Trackalicious, and you can't see it up there in the corner, but 949 is involved with this one as well. And we'll get broadcast schedules out to everybody here once those are locked down, where you can come and watch these races. And there you go, Huffmanic bringing it with the link in the chat that'll take you to the standings for this current series. So let's go take a look while we wait. As soon as I can find the standings. A bit of a dork. Oh, that's the new one. Huff sent me to the new one. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna go to the old one. I'm gonna go to this one and bring up our current standings. Get in there and take a look. Standings right now. So, Space Pace Esports, the number 87 car, currently leading this series. Andreas Borchers in the car right now. They're sitting at 192 points, but Sweaty Box, number 40, Audi. Those guys are in second with 186, so a lot of opportunity. They're gonna find them. I don't see them in here yet. I don't know if they are racing today or not. And there we got to pause because someone didn't load a DD1 file. Yeah, I don't see them in here yet. Maybe not racing today, so we'll have to see how that works out. 949 is currently sitting in third. Shane Rees in that car, that number 949. That's not a Ferrari, though. That's not a Ferrari. Those guys must have changed cars. It says they're in a Ferrari. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong car. That's why. Oh, they're 494, not 949. I thought there was only one 949 team. Yes, that guy was a little screwed. Number 949 racing in the 494 Ferrari 488 GT3. And again, 158 points. We talk about the scoring of this series. First is 66 points, second is 60, third is 55. This is up for anybody depending on what goes down during the course of today's race. Borchers sitting the fastest lap so far of a 2:01.762. Again, only free practice, but we usually see time start to drop a little bit. It's a good time at Panorama, but we usually see them come down just a little bit during the qualifications session. So let's jump over there right now, get on track with these guys. The competition already kicking up very hard, even in free practice. Teams want to bring it. Don't forget, folks, the other thing you can do as we get started here today, exclamation pit wall in the chat. If you want to watch live timing during the course of this 6-hour event today, we'll be taking a look at it throughout the course of the race. But as we wait for this to kick off and get over to qualifying, still 3 minutes left to go in this free practice session. As we said, the sequel's coming. Part 2 of this sim racing endurance series will be back starting in November. So stick around for that. Get signed up now. It's available over there on SimGrid. We can get it all set up. If you do run with Box3, Season 4 qualification kicks off next Sunday. Get in there, get on Silverstone and Zolder, get your laps in and get qualified for your split in upcoming Season 4 of Box3 Motorsports. As always, Xbox events are running. Season 4 about to finish next Saturday. Those guys will be running a little bit later this afternoon, but they'll be finishing up next Saturday at Imola with a 90-minute endurance race. They're not done either. Season 5 will be coming for them, and throughout August, again, finishing up next week at the Nürburgring, our GT4 Casual Series that runs on Sundays. And in September, Xbox Series X and S drivers can jump into a multi-class GT3, GT4 event at Silverstone on September 10th, starting at 7 p.m. UTC. A lot of fun events going down. iRacing as well. We're at Lime Rock next week. We skipped this week so that more drivers could participate in this endurance. We probably would have lost something. We got some back and forth. But we're back next week at Lime Rock. I've already started practicing myself, which won't really help much, but I'm going to do everything I can, I guess. In our touring car, Season 1, Punch Out next Sunday at Laguna Seca. Knockout race, 3 laps, 3 drivers will be dropped. We'll see who can come out on top of that one. And a new series just announced today. Day and night sprints starting in September. Casual racing. 5-minute free practice, 10-minute qual, and 2 20-minute races. First sprint result sets the grid for the second sprint. First, second, and third from each race will receive ballast. That's it. That's everything coming. It's a lot. Let's get back over here. Well, Andreas Borcher so far again, free practice running down with a 201.282. Hans Koh in the number 71 Honda with a 202.085. Dark Bane in the chat for the first time. Andreas Borcher and Kai, how are you, sir? How are you, Dark Bane? Thank you for coming in. I'm going to watch these guys. Andreas has a lot of fans out there. A lot of fans. New purple lap there for Borchers, the 201.065. Almost a full second over Hans Koh, sitting in number 2 right now. Blaine Hall up in the third, 227.67. That is some kind of fancy livery. Holy cow, that's colorful. Let's go. So the real curiosity today, obviously, is how many cars will the mountain eat today? Really hoping we get through lap 1 safely and then let nature take its course. Great shot down the paddock right there as Blaine Hall brings it in for the end of the session. Andreas Borcher still out there. Retro Coffin back this week. 28 teams on track today for the winding out of this championship. Great to see a large turnout. I think Huff said 62 people signed up for Season 4 kicking off very soon in the month of September. Gasolina returns. Oh, and we are qualifying at 4 o'clock in the morning. So a dark qualification today. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it, sir. I believe, yeah, Huff, that's the one Huff had dropped in earlier. So thank you, though. I appreciate that. And I did see your message over there. Just hadn't had a chance yet to go take a look. I saw it pop up, I should say. Again, a dark start to the race today with a qualifying happening at 4 a.m. with a track temp of only 10 degrees Celsius. It's certainly going to make things a little trickier during the course of this qual session. As we said, Blaine Hall returns to us today. Jake Bucknam still sitting in the pits right now, driving the number 690 Aston. Thomas Jench in the number, starting off in the number 311 today. PG's going to want to hit me, but I'm not even going to try and pronounce that name. I'll just call him Tristan, number 420 car, Ferrari. Amir Casatrash in the number 33 Ferrari. Good number of Ferraris out on track so far today. Professor Kernotis back in that number 42 car. Actually, Huff, I'll take exception to that. I'm going to congratulate Mrs. Trackalicious because I'm pretty sure she did most of the work. David Velasquez, number 182 car today. And as we said, Andreas Borchers returns in the BMW to lead his team out. Pro Heavenborn, another Ferrari out there in the number 327. Retro Coffin, the number 97 Porsche. I'm really hoping Retro has a better race today than what happened to him at Watkins Glen. Again, I think something that was not completely his fault, but certainly was disappointing as he got pummeled repeatedly. Hans Koh out in the number 71 Honda. We saw Hans sitting near the top of the list during our free practice session up front. We'll see if he jumps back up there. Armand Petrovic back with us in the number 69 car. Turner Johnson, that number 144 Ferrari. Evan Blanchette returns. Adam Thomas back with us. Andres Mostasero, one of our Audis. Patrick Tonhauser and another Audi. Now up to 29 drivers. Juice Loon next on the list in the number 7 Honda. A good number of Hondas. A lot of spread today in manufacturers. I mean, obviously we're seeing a lot of Audis, the current Metacar, right? But a good number of Ferraris out on track. Matt Redfearn in one of those Audis. Steven Dunn in a Lexus. Same thing there. We've got multiple Lexuses, multiple Hondas. So as I said, I think a really good spread in manufacturers today. It's going to give us some great racing to watch. Yannick Plus, another Porsche. Number 911. Gasolina back on track with us in his ever-present Bentley. It's an awful big car to take between those walls on top of the hill. Gage Gonzalez, another Honda on track today. Joseph Kostovic. Shane Rees in the number 949. There's that 949 car. Rob Kesar back again. Wilson Fernandez back on track. Ao Lin, one of the few Mercedes out there today. And esports legend Brian Canopin heads back out at Panorama today. Well, currently, though, after our first 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes of qualification done, Blaine Hall, having set the only, got a bunch of 202s and 203s in there, but as of right now, a 202.4, the fastest out of Blaine Hall this morning. Andreas Borchers not having yet set. We saw that 201 earlier during the free practice, but hasn't gotten down there yet. Currently the 214.127. Gage Gonzalez right now in second. 2026. And there, Andreas Borchers crosses the line with that 201.245. He's not going to let the dark and the cold slow him down. Again, track temperatures at 10°C right now. We saw that last weekend on the ice rink. I mean, there we got down to 7. 3 degrees isn't going to make a whole lot of difference. Brian Canopin jumping up into P2 in that Audi with a 202.4, just nudging out Blaine Hall by about by about 0.08 of a second. So a lot of pace there between Blaine and Canopin. We may see them come together quite a bit today. Start waiting for some average times to come in here during qual. Blaine Hall taking that position back from Canopin now with a 202.027. So squeaking out another 0.4. Andreas Borchers looking to get it down under 2 minutes right now. Just slightly ahead, about 0.3 of a second faster than his fastest. And there it's getting up to a half a second around that corner. And there it is. Oh, a 2:009. Was hoping that was going to stretch under, but right there at the end, still able to bring it down to under 2:01. Hans Koh jumping into the 2:01s with a 2:01.730. Eric Snyder right now running up faster, along with Gage Gonzalez. And there you go, Gonzalez bumping up into third with that lap. Down to a 2:01.9. So 3 drivers now under the 202 mark. Our 202's extending all the way down to about P8. Amir holding on to that. After that, dropping into the 203s and 4s. Rob Keestar, our only driver with no lap time as of yet. Gonzalez back to the pits. Canopin back to the pits. You guys with about 10 minutes left to go, looking to make some adjustments, get back out on track, see if they can get a little bit higher. As Blaine Hall holds on to P4 with that 202 flat. It really speaks to the quality. I mean, again, you know, I sit up here and I do these races as regularly as possible, but I honestly don't know all these drivers. I know who the fast ones are for the most part. I know who's middle pack, right? I know where we're going to see some good racing. But I got to say, it's very interesting for me to see a driver like Canopin right now sitting in P5. Granted, probably, you know, going to be heading back out, but a driver like Canopin sitting in P5, that just gives you some indication of the, as Blaine Hall dings a wall, it gives you some indication of the quality of drivers that we have on track today when again, you're putting someone like Brian Canopin in 5th place at Bathurst. A few Mercedes out today. Ricardo Sapien looking to crack it down under 204. Patrick Tonhauser on a run right now, about half a second faster than the 204.5 they set earlier. Well, Canopin and Gonzalez both back out on track as Gonzalez heads back to the pits. Evan Blanchette right now running about 7/10 better than the 203.3 set earlier in the session. Gasolina now, same thing, about half a second up. There's Brian Canopin, you see a little bit quicker. Wilson Fernandez with a good run right now. And maybe getting hung up in traffic right there. Can't be happy about that. We watch Brian Canopin about 2/10 up. See if he can extend that or hold on to it. Yeah, Fernandez is just got to be wickedly frustrated right now, getting hung up in traffic, half a second up, and just can't hold on to it. Now, if Canopy can hold on to this, gain a little more, he will break down into that 201 range. Get himself at least up into fourth, possibly third. It doesn't look like it's going to happen here. Gage Gonzalez now looking to extend. Canopin scrubbing a ton of time off right at the end of the lap. As Andreas Borchers and Gage Gonzalez both putting in a little bit faster time right now. Two Hondas currently sitting in the top three. Who would have thunk it? Gonzalez really pushing that car hard. Not gonna quite be able to beat Borchers. Borchers a full second ahead. But maybe able to push himself up into second. Another one to watch right now is Joseph Kostovich. 6/10 up, that would bring him into the top five. And there it goes right there. He comes across the line, P4, knocking Hall and Canopin back. As I said, it just goes to show that the caliber of the drivers we have on track today and that are working with these teams, because we all know how fast esports legend Crow can be. And so, you know, coming out here and sitting in sixth position is not something we typically would see there. Hans Koh with an opportunity if he can tighten it down, if he can gain about another 3/10. Another 4/10. And that just got not dropping by much, but Andreas Borscher's cutting it down even further with a 2:00.857. Somehow Gasolina, with his current 2:03.8, is now 32 seconds faster. That'll be curious if he can run a minute-and-a-half lap here at Bathurst. I don't think that's going to happen. Wilson Fernandez right now putting up a good run. Already got himself into the top 10. Ali Raza, currently in P12, doing the same, about 7/10 up. What does that do? Oh. We're going to call you out as today's official stream partner. That's all that does. So today's stream, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Box3. 949 Sim Racing, Trackalicious Sim Racing, and One Rule for Myself. And make sure you thank them on your way out tonight. One Rule, if you have a Twitch or anything like that, feel free to DM me on Discord, and I will share that link in our chat today. So Hans Koh, Gage Gonzalez, Joseph Kostovich all finished out with this qualifying session. Lane Hall and Brian Canopin still out there. Canopin both running, trying to just squeeze the extra few seconds out of the vehicles, and it's just not happening yet. But most everyone else now into the pits as our qualifying session finishes up. Brian Canopin, about another 2/10 there, if he gets himself back into the top 5. Now 6/10 up, but Blaine Hall doing the same 4/10. And we'll have to watch this one right till the end. Andreas Borscher's now finished out holding pole position. Waiting for Brian Canopin to come across the line. And there it is, folks, up into 3rd right at the end. Brian Canopin able to jump up there. So a great drive for his team. Close of this qualifying session. As we wait for things to reset back to the pits. So row 1 tonight, or this morning, at 4:21 in the morning. Andreas Borscher's Hans Koh will share row 1. Brian Canopin and Gage Gonzalez in row 2. Blaine Hall and Joseph Kostovich, row 3. Kevin Blanchett, that number 223 car, getting up into row 4 with Ali Raza. Wilson Fernandez and Jarek Snyder will share row 5. That is your top 10. As we head on down, Amir and Patrick Tonhauser are going to share row 6. Yannick Plus and Gasolina in row 7. Thomas Jench and Matt Redfern, row 8. Turner Johnson and David Alescusa in row 9. Michael Swanenberg, I'm going to say Swanenberg, and Retro Coffin will be in row 10. Stephen Dunn, Jake Bucknam, row 11. Juice Loon and Adam Thomas in row 12. Aolin and Armin Petrovics, row 13. With Crow Heavenborn and Shane Rees in row 14. And Rob Kesar will start off at number 29 in the back of the pack. As we wait for this race to kick off today, let's remember we are at Mount Panorama. I hope all of our drivers and team members have made the proper sacrifices, as Huff alludes to in the chat, done what they needed to do to ensure survival across the top of the mountain. You know, everybody here probably has heard me talk about Bathurst before. Absolutely one of my favorite tracks, right up there with Spa. I love elevation changes, and this probably has the most. And even as a slow driver, when you're coming down the backside of that mountain, I gotta say, when you hit it just right, it feels really good. And it's just like a roller coaster, and you just rip right down the hill, and it is fantastic. Team Endurance Racing at Mount Panorama today. As you said, though, don't forget, we're coming back. The sequel starts in November. Donington, Suzuka, Kyalami, and then, of course, back to Mount Panorama. Why not? One of the best tracks there ever was. As our drivers drop onto the tarmac to get started here. Daniel Reinsch taking over in the number 71 Honda. Eric DeBon will kick off for the number 40 Audi today. We saw Brian Kennepen driving that during qualification. Gage Gonzalez remains in the number 843, and Blaine Hall stays in the number 55 up front. Amir Hosseini taking over for the number 33 car. There you go, Huff dropping it big time in the chat. If you are not yet signed up for the next Endurance Series, get your team together and get in there now. And get in while you're there. While you're over at SimGrid, while you're there, might as well. What else are you going to do? Because you got 6 days from August 28th to September 4th to get qualified for Season 4 of Box 3 Motorsports PCACC League. Head to Zolder, head to Silverstone. Got to set 3 valid laps in both servers for that qualification, and that is to get you in the proper split. And don't worry, somebody's going to know if you're sandbagging. That's the best part. We'll figure it out. We always do. Is that the day? Oh, there you go. Day and night. Yeah, let's talk about day and night. New casual series coming up. Starting in September 12th. Going to be rolling 2 sprints. Day and nighttime sprints. And first, second, and third from each race is going to get ballast. 30, 20, and 10 kilograms respectively. Going to be fantastic. Chief Blaze is now in the chat. I'm sure, no doubt, ready to harass. It's what he's good at. Why we love him. Absolutely. There's always a ton going on at Box 3. I got to talk. Eric, if you're still in there, and let me know if you'd like. Join me in a VC. I'd like to talk. If you and someone from 949 and around, maybe a little bit later we get this race started. Have you guys come on here and talk about what you have going, because I don't have any of those posters or anything like that. So we have to make sure we talk about that too. Andreas Borcher's leading us off up the straight towards the mountain. We get prepped for 6 hours of racing today. Gonna be a ton of fun. Or, well, should be a ton of fun. It's gonna be a ton of fun for me. I just sit here. That doesn't work, Revis. Exclamation box. Exclamation box will get you over to the Discord. Andreas Borcher's Daniel Reich gonna lead us down into T1. Another, while you're at it, you want to watch live timing for today's 6-hour session. Exclamation pit wall will get you the link there. All the live timing you could ever want for a race. Race kicking off at 4 o'clock in the morning, just like our qualification session. But we will see daylight and temperature changes coming. Get ready. Right there is where the fun begins as you head downhill. You got one runoff at the top, but after that, the walls will make sure that you, if you make a mistake, that you will play ping pong all the way down this mountain. And that people coming down, especially if you're sideways, if you get spun sideways in the road, people coming down have no time to see you. It's a lot of like what we saw at Watkins. Retro got spun. He was sitting sideways in the road. Now, he did what he needed to do, and he sat still. The problem was where he was sitting still, no one could see him as they came up over the rise. And with that said, yellow flags become vitally important at tracks like this, at like Bathurst. If these drivers get a yellow flag warning, they gotta pay attention to that. They gotta slow down. It's basically mandatory. You can't just come blazing down the hill when you get told, you know, slow down. When you get told there's a yellow flag in Sector 2, well, you might want to take it easy in Sector 2. It's just a suggestion from your lowly commentator, but it's certainly one I would think about heeding. At least it's dry. It's sunny. Well, it's not sunny, but... no cloud cover. We are good to go with a track temperature of 10 degrees Celsius. Dropping double fall. Now, not a long start-finish straight here, so not a ton of time to get up to speed before hitting T1, but T1 straight 90 degrees. We've seen incidents there happen before as well. Thank you again for joining me as we wait for the green light to kick us off. And we are green today. Get ready. And into T1 we go. Clean through T1. Great to see it. Some contact back there. Stephen Dunn. But nothing crazy. Brian Canavan already up into second as we go into competition. Andreas Borchers is gone. 1 second ahead already, but Brian Canavan, Hansco, Blaine Hull, Gage Gonzalez all the way back to P12, just stacked heading up the hill for the first time. What a great scene coming up the mountain early in the morning. Kostovich under pressure from Kevin Blanchette. Brian Canavan takes up P2. But now playing defense against Coe and Hall. Gage Gonzalez slipping back just a tad. And now Brian's starting to stretch that out as and Hall get to chase each other down the hill. Showing contact on Rob Kesar further down. Patrick Tonhauser dropping 2 positions back to P14. Lewis and Gasolina able to clear. Gage Gonzalez keeping Kostovic at bay. And for all intents and purposes, I gotta say, a great first lap from these teams today. This is a 6-hour endurance race, and nobody was winning in lap 1. But you certainly have the ability to lose. Tonhauser and Gasolina. Gasolina now dropping positions. Werner Johnson and Mike Mamenga getting around him. Check on Juice Loom with Steven Dunn right behind. As Blaine Hall and Gage Gonzalez come back together, Joseph Kostovic is right there looking to take advantage. This tight racing over the top of the hill. There are not a lot of passing opportunities up here, as you can well see. Steven Dunn, Matt Redfern, and Juice Loon, it looks like some contact. Louis Ricard, welcome in, sir. How was your weekend? Hope you're having a great one. We just got getting started here. 4 minutes gone out of a 6-hour race. Oh, and Hans Koh sliding back. Off track. Let's back it up a little bit. And there he was, off the hill, and something happened there. I wonder if that's a hardware failure, because he just ripped across that field for almost no reason. Huh. But opens up positions for Blaine Hall, Gage Gonzalez. Poe dropping back to P8 after that. Birthday yesterday, Lewis. Excellent. Well, happy birthday to you. Another off track now, Mike Mamenga. Again, no contact there, so hooking the curb. Not quite able to keep it together. Hans Koh now with Wilson Fernandez applying pressure. Andreas Borchers, you see there, set best lap so far, 2:02.645. Canopin with a 2:03.412 on the last lap. Mostasero and Hans Koh. Koh with great pace, so we're going to see him looking for opportunities one after the other after getting knocked back to P8. Olin and Mamenga start to tighten up. Turner Johnson and Gasolina now too. A lot of great battles happening as we try to jump around all of these. Yannick Plus, Patrick Tonhauser. You see there, Hans Koh with the pace last lap to start really closing in on Mostasero. And now waiting for the right opportunity. So check in up front real quick. Andreas Borchers continues to lead this race, now with a 4.1 second gap to Canopin. We just take a look here at the lap differences, and we should be in a spot. So right now, you know, Borchers averaging a 2:02.545, and there's a new fastest lap from him right there. So averaging a 2:02.395 across those 4 laps. Canopin, his 3-lap average so far, 2:06.786. Nowhere near the pace we would expect. As Mostasero gets around Hans Koh. So really not the pace we would expect to see from Canopin, hence why we're seeing that gap open up and continue to do so. Toss Blaine Hall into this mix as well, just to see how that number 55 car is running against these guys. That gap, him about a 2:03.420. Oh, wait a minute. I lied. That wasn't Canopy. Hold on. I tricked you. We wait a moment for his averages to come up. Yeah, that's my fault. That wasn't him. I was taking a look at something else. Blaine Hall, however, don't have any for him yet as well. Calculations happen in the back. Gonzalez may need to soon play defense against Kosovic while continuing to close up on Hall. Yeah, they don't, Chief. It's just, you know, whatever. It happens. I had it up from before, and then I had it brought up from before looking at somebody else, and then screwed it up. So it happens. We'll get it worked out. Don't worry about it. Mostasero and Hans Koh going to it again. So that looks a little more like it. So let's talk about Borchers again. Borchers running a 2:02.418 across these first 5 laps. Ryan Canopin, which this time I promise it's the right one, a 2:03.127. So not that far off. Almost a full second off the pace so far. But we can certainly look to see. I mean, that's already started to turn around. It dropped as low as 5 seconds, now back to 4.6, 4.8. So it may just be taking Brian a little bit of time to get his tires under him. It's a stressful start on the mountain once he can settle in, but Borchers has got some amazing pace. And we'll see if that team can maintain it throughout the entirety of the 6 hours. Mostasero leads the pack of Koh, Fernandez, Snyder, Mustafa Ranjbar. Back uphill one more time. David Velisuga now in the pit. I'm sorry, Kusa now in the pits. 97 seconds. Shane Rees and Tommy Dung have both been to the pits as well so far. But right now, Andres just looking to hold off Coe and Fernandez as best he can. As you see a tight pack of cars coming back up the hill. Coe looking around the outside. Not quite there yet. Ostovich now sideways on track. Kevin Blanchette around. And this is what happens. He's got to sit still. Oh, doing his best to rejoin right there and go all the way back to P13 from that. Wow. Gonna be a long jump, but let's see if we can go take a look at what happened. And right there, just losing the back end of it. No contact with anyone, luckily. But now you're trapped. And you wait. Kostovich pushing just a little too hard, coming back down. All the way back to P13. As this runs out, we'll go catch up with Snyder and Ranjbar. Snyder currently P9. Werner Johnson able to get ahead of Juice Loon. Pick up P15. Lane Hall now within 4/10 of Brian Kennepan. We'll keep an eye up there for P2 as we continue to watch these guys head uphill. Hans Coe and Fernandez continue to battle. Back to Snyder and Mustafa Ranjbar. Mostasero now picking up Hans Coe and Fernandez. Oh, and we've got drivers in the grass. Somebody spit way off in. It looks like Hans Coe way off into the sand as they fought around that corner. Hey, Olin struggling as well, but Hans Coe continues to drop position. Picking up now P14. And that's the thing, again, when we talk about Mount Panorama, especially this early in the race when people are still tight. I mean, we're talking single, maybe 5-10, and Brian Canopin dropping spot to Blaine Hall just like that. Hall in that number 55, gonna take up P2. And again, though, if we look at these, Blaine Hall's average lap time 2:03.105, and there it is, Brian Canopin 2:03.472. So I don't know if this just isn't Brian's track. Is there something else going on today? Snyder and Mosafa continue to battle. We saw it here earlier. And right there is a slide. Eric Snyder in that number 42. It does look like there could have been contact there. Ranjbar showing the triangle. But interesting enough, Snyder not. So really though, you know, is Canopin just having a bad day? Is this not his track? It's just very strange to see that. But Blaine Hall, great job there, clean pass, and now able to take up P2 and see if maybe he can try and close the gap on Borchers. Because right now Andreas is just a rolling 7.98 seconds the gap. But gotta say, so far, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, fantastic racing. Very few incidents. You know, we've had some contact. That last one was iffy, but lap 1, lap 2, very clean for how close these drivers have been racing through the first 20 minutes of this race. I gotta say, it's rare. You know, there's usually lap 1, lap 2 incidents. Again, we saw it at Watkins a few weeks ago. You see it. It happens. Life happens. Sometimes it comes at you fast. That said, today some fantastic driving so far, and it looks like it's going to be great for the entirety of this race. Yannick Plus now with Joseph Kostovic right there. There it is. Kostovic able to take up P10. Borchers now with that new fastest lap under that 202 mark, down to a 2:01.822. Shane Reese and Ao Lin both into the pits. Zwanenberg under pressure from Adam Thomas now. Little bit of door banging there, and Thomas able to nudge ahead around the outside. See if he can hold on to it here, though. It looks like he's not going to be able to, but he does. Right through T1, Adam Thomas picking up P22 with a little rubbing. Gage Gonzalez now on the tail end of Brian Canopin. Taking a look again, it's just trying to use those averages now, especially now that we're 10 laps down. Brian Canopin averaging that 2:03.458. Gonzalez 2:03.331. So as we said, the pace is there. Patrick Tornhauser and Josef Kostovic battling towards the back for P9. Kostovic falling back now, though. Dropping off very quickly. Cannabin fights for his life against Gage Gonzalez headed down the hill. You know what somebody needs to do with Panorama is cover this whole downhill section with snow and put everybody on a tube and let them slide down. That would be fun. Bouncing back and forth off the walls would be great. Blaine Hall with clean air able to open the gap back to Canopin by 3.5 seconds very quickly. It doesn't help that he's playing defense against Gonzalez, but Blaine's got excellent pace today. "24 hours of Snetterton," yeah. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Let's do it at Olton. I want people's arms to shake off over the course of a 24-hour race. And I've been able to hold on to this now. Gap's starting to open him back up just a tad. We check in on the rest of the field. Everybody back out on track now. Shane Reese into the pits twice so far. Brendan O'Brien coming out for the number 327 after a pit stop. Hans Koh had to head into the pits back in P24. We'll see what kind of moves he's able to make to get back. Him and his team are able to get back up front. Meanwhile, continuing to watch the graphs on the gaps is just amazing as Andreas Borchert just continues to open it up. And Gasolina now with the move on Yannick Plus. Oh, and Plus struggling there. Porsches tend to drive better when you keep them in between the white lines. Just a little bit. Canopin now finding some pace over a second and a half between him and Gonzalez. Mostacero and Wilson Fernandez starting to draw together. Juice Loon now into the pits. Isar and Coffin now. Whoa, and a slide there from Coffin. Sorry, slide from Kesar, Coffin. Able to hold on and keep ahead for now in P16. Back up with Mostacero and Fernandez. No penalties so far in today's race. Drivers keeping it clean. Tonhauser and Kostovic. Tonhauser going very wide there, opening the door. Way open. But Kostovic doesn't look like he's going to be able to hold on to it. Takes it right back. As Jarek Snyder and Yannick Plus dance in the background there. Hoffman and Kesar coming back. I don't know how these two are always able to find each other, both of them in Porsches. But it always seems to work out every race we see them in, that these guys come together. Mostacero now with Wilson Fernandez continuing to chase him down. We'll look real quick at those position deltas as we always do. Andreas Borchers qualified first and held on to it. Blaine Hall up 3 positions today so far, having a great race. Rob Kesar, though, taking a look there. Rob Kesar doing a fantastic job. Up 12 spots during the course of this race. Certainly nothing to sneeze at. Having a great race for himself. Even done up 6. Again, great driving all around from a lot of these drivers today. Borchers continuing to open that gap. Blaine Hall. Gage Gonzalez never quite able to get back to within a striking distance of Canopin. We will see how that plays out. Kevin Blanchette happy to tool along. Oh, and we got another car dead on the mountain. Luckily off to the side. Mostafar Ranjbar. 2 cars. Eric Snyder. Go back here and take a look. And a push right there brings them both spinning around. Oops. Really too bad to see, but luckily able to get everybody clear without further incident. Check back in on Andres Mostasero and Wilson Fernandez. With that, folks, I am going to take a quick step away, take a break. Gotta get movement in. Gotta move. But I'm going to leave you right here on this battle of number 30, Andres Mostasero, and number 88, Wilson Fernandez. May not be a battle for long as Fernandez jumps ahead. Fernandez able to get clear. Oh, you want to save it, Chief? Just remind me later if you want to save it. You just save it. I like how you redeemed it right when I said I was going to step away. Okay. This is what you do. You caused me so many problems. Tell me if you want to save it, man. We'll save it for you. Roger that, sir. Will do. Hey, don't forget, folks, today's race brought to you by Box3 Motorsports, 949 Sim Racing, and Trackalicious Sim Racing, and by One Rule for Myself. He is your race sponsor today. If you want to check him out, you can do so right there. Rich, go give him a follow. He likes to race. Pretty good at it. Low fuel motorsports champion of some sort. And with that, I will now take a quick step away. Just a few moments. We all hang out, stick around. We got 5.5 hours of racing left to go today. Mount Panorama has already claimed some victims. Let's see who it is, who ends up being next. I will be right back. We are back, folks. Excellent racing going to continue today. Andreas Borchers continues to lead. Brian Canopin and Gage Gonzalez back together. Gage looks like he threw it off the wall just a little bit there. As we said, let's take another quick look. Average lap times. Gonzalez running 2:03.158. Canopin running 2:03.233. So about a tenth separating these guys. I haven't seen Gonzalez race enough to know, you know, race under pressure, all that. We do know Brian Canopin knows how to react to this kind of driving, keep himself under control and composed, and play excellent defense. And another car is sideways in the track on the mountain. Adam Thomas wrapped up and dove back to the pits. Felt he had no way to get out of there. Shane Reese in the pits again. Christopher Flores in there as well. Wow, that was a hard slam. I don't think he figured he was going to make it back on his own. But Adam Thomas now going to be sitting there for at least 3 minutes in the pits as we wait for that time to clock down. Keeping an eye a little further back, Patrick Tonhauser under pressure from Gasolina. We'll watch there. Yannick Plus now yellow flagged. Turner Johnson able to get around. Let's go check on him. He's back on the road, but certainly gave up a spot because of it. Yellow flags all over the place now. Yannick Plus. No headlights, driving very slowly back around. Brendan O'Brien showing yellow as well. Checking on Tonhauser and Gasolina. Gasolina around the outside, looking for it. Slipping that curb. Coffin and Keesar back together. I wonder if we get these guys matching Porsches. Keesar able to take position as they pass Yannick Plus, the headlightless Porsche. Taking on Snyder and Ranjbar now. Gonzalez up there at the top, trying to close that gap up a little more. Yannick Plus safely back to the pits now. Adam Thomas and Shane Reese still in the pits. There it is. Gonzalez gets to within that half a second mark. Gonzalez taking paint off the doors of that Honda. You can tell Canopin's struggling. You know, fastest lap of a 2:02.5. His last lap, though, a 2:05 flat. Not helping his averages, that's for sure. Track now up to 11C as we close in on 5 a.m. track time. Waiting the sun to rise. Gotcha, Chief. Let's find the right one here. There we go. We do that one too. And just as we start a lap, we'll leave her right there for the entirety of this one. Gonzalez just seeking that opportunity to break through. And given what we're seeing on averages, he very well could hold on to P3 at that point until pit stops start taking effect. Gonzalez just not able to get that Honda rip it down the hill the same way Canopin can with the Audi. Gasolina now into the pit. Steven Dunn taking up P13. Ranjbar and Snyder coming together. So Gonzalez will continue to chase Brian Canopin. Coe and Loon battling now. Hans Coe starting this race very, very much further ahead. Oh, and off the wall for Coe, not able to get around. Pushing just a little too deep. Both these drivers very, very close. As we said, those average lap times about a 10th off. Last lap were identical. 2:03.060 for both drivers. And even their best, 2:02.527 for Canopin, 2:02.652 for Gonzalez. This battle is going to continue for a while. We're going to see this come back together over and over today. Matt Redfern now into the pits. Loon and Co. picking up spots. Gonzalez just not giving up here. We haven't seen a battle this long yet today. Or in many endurance races that, especially on a track this long, going for this many laps. Rangebar and Snyder coming back together now. Tightening things up. Oh, and Retro Coffin off track. Back it up real quick and see what happened here. Caught the curb. And the Porsche decided to do Porsche things. The Retro Coffin now dropping to Gasolina. Hennepin and Gonzalez continue. That's right, myself. I should just use one rule. If I say myself, people are gonna think I'm going insane. Right, one rule. Today's race brought to you by Box3 Motorsports, Trackalicious Sim Racing, 949 Sim Racing, and one rule for myself. Rangebar and Snyder continue to battle here. Looked like a little nudge right there. Snyder attempting to use headlights as a distraction on that back marker and get around him as quickly as he can, but my goodness. Sorry, Rangebar. Snyder right behind him. It looked like it got a little rambunctious there with the back marker. Give him a little nudge to let him know to get out of the way. There you go, Jarek Snyder able to sneak around back up into P10. The battle for P3 rages on. Hennepin and Gonzalez, we've watched this now for about 5 laps. That is a long time on this track. Keep it this close together. You know what, Huff? Neither do I. Why you guys enjoy making people drive in the night, in the dark time, I don't understand it, but okay, I'll make it work. What I'm here for. Mostacero and Kostovich. These same battles keep popping up. Just Loon and Hans Koh again. Hans Koh really wanting to fight his way back up front, just cannot find opportunity to clear drivers fast enough. And oh my goodness, Hans Koh is sideways on the track. Almost appeared stuck. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Doing his best on a rejoin here, and looks like he's gonna head to the pits, if I had to guess. Maybe not. Trying to get it moving. Well, Hans Koh losing no position loss there, but 24 seconds now back from Just Loon. Means that was a lot of wasted time. Mostasero just barely holding on against Kosovic. And Gage Gonzalez pulls it off, getting ahead of Brian Canopin. Let's back up and take a look at this. Oh, and right there, Canopin off into the wall, opening the door for Gonzalez. We'll have to see how much damage that amounts to for Team Crow. But my goodness, what a way to happen. So Gage Gonzalez is your new P3. Ryan Canopin taking up P4. Check back in on Mostasero and Kosovic. Patrick Tonhauser now into the pits, and coming to the top of the hour, we're going to start seeing driver changes. We're going to start seeing these pit stops happen, which is really going to toss up the field a little bit as Blaine Hall starts into the pits. So we'll wait to see who comes back out in that number 55 Lamborghini. Mostasero and Kostovic continue their battle around this circuit. Mount Panorama, one of my absolute favorites, and we have seen why today. All it takes is one mistake, one little push. Hans Koh learning the hard way just a few moments ago. So something to remember, driver name changes won't happen until they hit the Sector 1 line. So we'll have to wait and see if Blaine is still driving that number 55, doing a double stint, or if swapped out at this point. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Again, throwing it too hard across the top. At least you've got some kind of runway there, but not a lot. Bear Necessities, John Copaway in the chat. Welcome in, both of you. Bear, I hope you've been wonderful. John, I've talked to you not too long ago, but Bear, it's been a minute. Hope you're having yourself a wonderful weekend, sir. Mostasero and Kostovic continue this battle. Again, this is another Gonzalez Canopin. These guys just keep it together for lap after lap after lap. It's got to be exhausting. And Kostovic now will head into the pits, giving Mostasero a little bit of a relief and breathing room as he decides to stay out for at least one more lap. Night race, yeah, it is a night race. Where it's 5:05 in the morning. It'll start to get light soon and we'll drift into the day. 5 hours left to go in today's Endurance Series racing. The last of this series. But don't forget, we're coming back. The sequel returns in November. 6 hours at Donington, Suzuka, Kyalami. Oh, and I didn't realize, if you look there in February, that's a 12-hour Mount Panorama. That's a 12-hour. I'm thinking I'm going to cover that one again if Eric and those guys are good with it. I love Mount Panorama. It's my favorite circuit. One of my favorites. And if you're not down with endurance racing, that's okay. Season 4 Box3 Motorsports, The Grind, will be starting in September, but August 28th to September 4th is qualification. Get in there, get signed up, get your laps in starting next Sunday to make sure you get placed properly into the right split, pro, silver, or AM, and can have great racing. We will be back with 2 races every Sunday when season 4 kicks off later in September. We saw there Blaine Hall in that number 55 car off track. Stayed out though, no pit stop after that. And that seemed like a pretty hard hit. See if we can catch the front of this thing. Doesn't look too bad, but definitely going to be carrying some damage there as Rob Kiesar heads into the pits. Michael Zwanenberg heads into the pits. The gap between Gonzalez and Canopin really now starting to open up a little more. It started off about a second. We saw it stretch to 1.5 for a lap or two, but we just had a 2-second gap there. So one thing we do want to keep an eye on, though, Kevin Blanchette currently running in 4th. Wilson Fernandez only about 1.3 back. That gap has been shrinking. Mostasero now into the pits. Blaine Hall staying out in that number 55 Lambo. Gasolina now catching up with Steve Dunn. Gaz in the right position for this slight right-hander up over this hill. It is not fun being on the inside of that as you try to go through flat. And there you have it. Excuse me, Dunn having to drop back there to get the right angle coming through. I'll have to check in daylight if anybody's blasted the brake markers over there. Retro Coffin and Patrick Tonhauser now. Andreas Borchers, our race leader, is now into the pits. Gonzalez, Canopin both heading in with him. We'll watch these times. Borchers obviously going to come out way early. We had about a 20-second lead, 20 or 25-second lead heading in as Stephen Dunn heads into the pits. You see there, Thunhauser with the pace over Coffin. It is a matter of time and patience. Kevin Blanchette opting to stay out now will take up P1. However, just barely as Borchers is back out on track. at about a second back from Kevin Blanchett. So we're going to jump up there real soon. Wilson Fernandez in the pits. Jarek Snyder heading in. Kevin Blanchett there on the front of your screen in the Lexus, followed closely by Andreas Borchers. Now, if I'm Blanchett, I'm getting to lead this race. I also know the kind of pace that Borchers has been carrying for the entirety of the first hour. Am I going to fight that hard? I mean, I'm going to run my lap, but once we get down off the hill and back on that long straight headed out to the flats, am I going to push that hard to stay ahead of this guy? I just don't know that I am. Others maybe, but Borchers' pace is unbelievable. Bring up that 223 card real quick. Add them to our list here. The Borchers during first stint, was running a 202.5. Blanchett, a 204.372. I mean, it's almost a 2-second gap. If I'm Blanchett, I just want to run my race. I'm doing well. I'm holding my own. I don't know that I'm going to hold Andreas up. I don't know. Tell me in the chat. Would you let him by? Knowing what we know sitting here. Hans Koh able to take up spot over Townsend. And Blanchett feels that the discretion is the better part of valor and heads into the pits. Bruno Pio taking over in that number 88 BMW. With Gasolina applying pressure as they come downhill. So Blaine Hall, Gage Gonzalez, and Brian Canopin all opting to stay in and double stint today for the first part of this race. Gasolina taking his shot. And there he has it coming down the straight. That Bentley able to pull it off. And now Michael Lee and Ali Raza fight it out downhill. Blanchett showing contact. Possibly off a wall, but here we go. Hosini and Professor Carnotis fighting it out. Amir Hosini able to take up P9 from the Professor. Canopin closing the gap to Gonzalez now again, so maybe some adjustment during the pit stop. Tire swap, fresh set of sneakers. Maybe pressure's dialed in a little differently. I mean, the track temps are still at 11C. That hasn't changed really by 1 degree during the course of that first hour. So no major changes, but maybe Canopin finding out that with some adjustment, he can shave a little. Second since stints started, only 2 laps down for these two so far. Oh, and not good for Gonzalez. That's going to give that back to Canopin relatively easily. And there it is. Gonzalez now yellow flagged and slow. Mostly just a door bang, but how much damage he pulled from that. Have to wait and see as he comes around. But Brian Canopin moving back into P3. Now with a 3-second gap back to Gonzalez. Let's check on Raza and Lee. Josh Butler taking over in the 614 Lexus. Under pressure from Juste Lune and damage on that Lexus. Wow, the side of that is banged right up. Ali Raza now into the pits, so Michael Lee getting a little bit. Juste Lune looking for the shot over Butler. Butler carrying damage at this point. We saw the side of that Lexus did not look healthy. So Juste Lune taking up P14 from Josh Butler. Looks like all drivers have now been into the pits. Juste Lune, I gotta say, I don't know Juste Lune. I've never spoken to Juste Lune. I hope I'm saying their name right, but I gotta say this. Juste Lune sitting in P14. 3 pit stops, okay, and a drive-through thus far, and still in P14. Great race. You got to be happy with that performance, don't you? I mean, maybe not. You got a drive-through and you had to go into the pit 3 times. Obviously, something's going wrong. My point being that you're still in P14. And up 10 spots. Are you kidding me right now? Gage Gonzalez now into the pits, so the damage was too much. Gage dropping position quickly. Such a shame. They had a great battle going with Brian Canopin. Josh Butler again coming under pressure from Ali Raza. Isar showing contact. Ali Raza taking that spot from Butler now, moving up to P14. Great battles continue throughout the entirety of this race. Less than 5 hours left to go. Doing some checking here and keeping up on things. Hey, let's take a moment real quick and remind everybody, if you're a console racer, if you have an Xbox, we want you to join Box3 Motorsports, exclamation box in the chat. First of all, season 4 ending up on August 27th, which means season 5 is coming right behind it. Don't worry about it, but you can jump in now. We still have Imola next week, 90-minute race. Come join us. The Xbox guys would be happy to have you, but guess what? It's not just the season. You do have to have an Xbox Series X or S to participate. It's what allows us to have 30 car grids. GT4 Casual August is running through the end of the month, ends next Sunday. Excuse me, August 28th. Casual racing, and after the season's over, September 10th, GT3, GT4, multi-class racing for a 90-minute race at Silverstone, all on Xbox. Get over there and join us if you are a console racer. Toast, but Jost. Jost? Is that... Jost? 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 Okay, I got you. Thank you. Thank you, Remco. Get caught up here real quick. Amir Hosseini and Bruno Pio are close runners right now. But Kevin Blanchett showing contact. Possible a little trouble with a wall. Overall, though, this has been a fantastic race. Andreas Borchers continues to lead now 30 seconds ahead of Blaine Hall. Brian Kennepin running in third, about 5 seconds back. Watching the gaps there. We'll see if those tighten up any. We take a look, though. Hall during this stint, 2:03.8. Kennepin running 2:04, but only 5 in versus Hall's 8. So that may come down as he gets a few more in. Oh, Yost. Okay, I got you. Yost, yeah, Yost. I grew up with a guy, his last name was Yost. We're good. I got it now. I just have to remember it. Ricardo Sapien into the pits. This will be their second stop, sitting there quite a while. Patrick Tonhauser starting to close in on Professor Chronotis. Hosseini's running all by himself right now. That number 33 Ferrari. Drivers now spreading out. Pit stops run. Again, I've only seen one penalty so far on Joost Loon. Now a drive-through for speeding in the pits. Everyone else keeping their noses relatively clean today. The great part, I would say, and it's not a great part. We've seen people hit walls. We've seen people grind walls. We've seen people run off into the sand at the top of the hill. But for the most part, it's things that these drivers have done to themselves, not things that were forced upon them by someone hitting them, pushing them, anything of that nature. Again, I think a really clean race today. We'll see what the stewarding team has to say later, but I know they said in chat there that they've had to look at a few things. But end of the day, beginning of the race is always going to have those, and it looks like things have really stretched out now a little bit, and we're not going to see those same problems. Mike Jackson currently running in 5th, now looking in his rear view to see Gasolina. Again, folks, today's race, 6 hours at Mount Panorama, brought to you by Box3 Motorsports, Trackalicious Sim Racing, and 949 Sim Racing, and one rule for myself. He is today's streaming partner. If you want to check out some race content that is not a broadcast, head on over there and take a look. He's a great member of the community, and if you are not a member of Box3, you should consider it, and he will be extremely welcoming when you do. And Mike Jackson leading Gasolina. Gasolina doing relatively well today, given qual position. Let's take a look at the position delta again. Up 8 spots at this point, and is putting pace down. We'll bring those numbers up here in just a second, just to try and take a look at what kind of pace they're pulling. But so far, Gasolina doing really well. A bit of a drop there now and Gasolina now the one under pressure from Emir Hosseini. And Hosseini taking the spot. Gasolina kind of just giving it. Am I wrong there, or did he just kind of give that up? Let's back that up real quick. And Gasolina just kind of swung out of the way and let him have it. Curiouser and curiouser, but Emir Hosseini able to move up into P6. Let's take a look at Gasolina real quick. Number 191. Bentley, if we take a look at, say, let's use Emir Hosseini as our benchmark here, just to take a look between the two. Gaz running averages across the first stint right around 205.116. And Hosseini so far, we got to look at second stint because there was a driver swap there. 205.439 in the second stint. Hosseini 203.838. So definitely pace to be had there, but Gasolina a lot faster in the first stint with 205. Well, no, 205.1s. Their first driver though, Ranjbar, 205.4s. But really, Hosseini able to be much faster than his teammate. Find his way around Gaz. And now, applying pressure to Mike Jackson. Not even applying pressure, just taking it. Moving up into P5, just like that. Oh, I think that brake marker's gone too. Dark Bane in the chat, welcome in. Thank you for that. That's right, live timing over at Pit Wall. You can use that link right there. View our Pit Wall live timing server. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of damage there, but somehow Hosseini is just running with it right now, picking up 2 spots in the last 2 laps, getting past Gasolina and Mike Jackson. Mike Jackson in the 494 car. Same thing, let's take a look. Hosseini with those 203.7s. Jackson 206.586. Sorry for the pause. I had to lean over. I couldn't read it. It's too small. I'm old. So again, Hosseini with the pace. We'll see how long it keeps up. Now we got to check him against Kevin Blanchette. Blanchette running 204.352. And as we said, Hosseini 203.7, almost a full second faster. So the team in that number 33 car knows what they're about, because I think we're going to see them pick up some spots. Now, 22 seconds, so a lot of time there between them, but it's a long hour still left. We got, what, 40 minutes left before the top of the hour when driver swaps look to start to happen. And driving great right now. We'll see if he's able to hold on and keep that pace up. Mike Jackson now under pressure from Gasolina. Gaz pulling back now just a little bit. Craig Townsend into the pits, letting Thomas Battlemeyer pick up a spot in that 911 car. Blaine Hall and Brian Kennep in that gap shortening up just a little bit. Yeah, Brian Kennepan closing that gap up to Blaine Hall now. That has shrunk lap after lap in this second stint. Kennepan running those 2:03.6s, Hall with 2:03.8, so 2/10 is all it takes. See him there in the background, and Hall knows where he's about to be. So Brian Kennepan obviously going into the pits during the first pit stop, right? Finding some sort of adjustment, talking to either to his teammates or what have you, finding some sort of adjustment, and really kind of able to pull those lap times down. That first stint, 2:03.4s, now 2:03.5s is the average. But again, that's the 2:03.4s was across 30 laps. The 2:03.5 is only 10 laps. Hall has slowed down a lot in this second stint. A lot. 2:03.1s during the first hour, 27 laps, and now 2:03.8s. So 0.7 of a second difference there is what is allowing Kennepan to now close this gap up very quickly. Keep an eye up there, but now Mike Jackson and Gasolina have gone side by side. And Gasolina is able to take that spot back across the start-finish line and head back up the hill in P6. You can see Kennepan there in the background. Hasn't quite broken under the 1 second mark yet, but it has closed down very quickly. Now, Brian Kennepan today driving with Cody Blanton and Eric DeBon. Eric DeBon we've seen before, very swift driver. Cody Blanton, I believe, is a newcomer. But I'd be curious to see if he's got the same pace as his teammates. I don't think he was around for the last endurance race we had. Now that gap closed down to under a second, about 0.7. Josh Butler and Rob Keesar now, a little further back, have decided to pair up and see who can take up P17. Butler holding on for now. See the sun starting to rise over Bathurst today. Track time still at 11C, so no change there yet. But plenty of time to get the sun in the air and start warming those. And there it is. Somehow. That was insane. Let's back that up real quick. And right there, Blaine Hall running way off into the sand, giving up P2 to Brian Kennepan. Brian now in P2 behind Andreas Borchers. And while there, Kesar able to take over P17 from Josh Butler. You have to wonder again what happened with Hall during the course of this second stint. Is he tired? Is it exhaustion? Is there whatever it might be? I guess it was the same thing. But you get my point. Is was it damage? Because we're talking again of 203.1 average across 27 laps to a 203.79, so almost a 203.8. 0.7 of a second is what allowed Kenepen to take that spot. Right? That's a ton of time to lose on average across these laps. Armins Petrovic's able to take up P24 from Christopher Flores. Move himself up a slot. Any big crashes yet? No, Palm Tree. We have had a few incidents, but mostly drivers doing it to themselves, I think, from what we've caught here on the broadcast. Checking in with Retro Coffin. Just about 4.5 hours left to go here at Mount Panorama today. I want to thank everybody for joining us. I want to thank all the drivers for participating. I don't know why Palm Tree Oil in our chat, Palm Tree 46 is not driving today. It seems like something right up his alley. Him being Australian, you would think he'd be really good at an Australian track. It just makes sense. Hans Koh now suffering more problems. Yellow flagged and getting passed up by Retro Coffin. Hans driving very slow in that Honda. I assume coming into the pits right here. So Hans with more issues. Has not been easy today. Now Chronotis very quickly coming under pressure from Tonhauser. Palm Tree, I know you can do better than that. So Ko not having a good race. This be the, I believe, the third pit stop. Because I think a lot of people watching know this is what Bathurst does to you. You want, I mean, and we saw it with Ko. I think we've seen it with a few others. You want to get ahead, so it's pushing, and when you push, mistakes are going to happen. The car's going to slip a curb that you're not used to it slipping, and next thing you know, you're spun off into a wall. And Ko is feeling that today, just struggling to stay consistent and to keep things together. Andreas Borchers, we've seen a 201 today. Fastest during this particular stint, a 202 flat. Ricardo Sapien and Christopher Flores starting to come together. As it starts to lighten up. Chronotis and Tonhauser coming back together. He's cheating. He's not cheating. He's Andreas Borchers. He's fast. Listen, you got to, and I said this at the beginning, but I don't think Palmtree was here. You have to admit, when someone who has participated in esports, who we know is in our league in Box 3, is a very fast driver, qualifies in 5th. I'm sorry, he did end up in 3rd, but towards the end towards the beginning was qualifying and getting bounced down to 6th position by people in front of him. I mean, we got a very good class, a very high class of drivers on this track today. We want to take a moment and thank everyone who has followed Box 3 here on Twitch today. We don't have announcements go out because we keep the focus on the track, but I want to thank each and every one of you that came in. Mandolo, my boy Crow, I see a few more here. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you keep coming back. We try to broadcast as much as possible and keep the focus right on the track with these guys. And about once an hour, I do take a quick step away. I'm going to do that right now, folks, and leave you on autopilot. Again, I want to thank everybody for watching today. Don't go anywhere. We're not done. You see the timer up there in the top left-hand corner. We got 4 hours and 25 minutes of racing yet to go. This is fantastic. We're at Bathurst, and there it is, Andreas Borchers setting another new fastest lap of 2:01.590. And now understand that's for this stint, okay? Previous stint, it gets wiped out once you hit the pits. But for this stint, a 2:01.590, absolutely fantastic. Thank y'all for being here. I will be right back. We watch our drivers chase each other down. Blaine Hall closing the gap to Canopin again for P2. Coming down slow, but right now, Tonhauser and Gonzalez battle downhill. That gap is slowly closing up for number 2, or for P2, between Canopin and Hall. It maxed out at around 4 seconds, but now has closed to 1. And now 2.3 opening back up a little bit. We'll keep an eye up there. And Gonzalez shooting way deep into that corner in an attempt to catch Tonhauser. Seven drivers remain with us today. 27 teams, I should say. You know, one thing I didn't check on. Looks like this week we really only have one single driver doing the entire race themselves, and that is Gasolina. Everyone else with at least 2 teammates, or at least one teammate, you know, 2 people. I'm very curious. We usually have more single drivers than that. Chief, I'm so old that I remember when Australia was for people just like you. That's who got shipped there. Tonhauser again gonna feel the pressure from Gonzalez. We'll see if he does the same thing here. And throws it hard into that corner and trying to look for the pass. It doesn't matter, just people of your ilk in general. Does look as though our breakpoint signs, our meter markers are still there. No one's taking those out today. Gonzalez going to look to the inside into T1. Gonzalez up right now, but they're going to go side by side up the straight. Tonhauser able to take it back. That Audi able to launch harder out of that corner. A little bit of a contact there, but Gonzalez able to get clear. Rubbin is racing, and Gonzalez picking up P9 over Patrick Tonhauser. Number 46. Take a look across this stint. Tonhauser running a 205 flat. And Gonzalez with a 203.9, so a full second up there. Gage Gonzalez got mad pace on Tonhauser. Ryan Canopin now getting held up down the hill with back markers, allowing Blaine Hall to close right in. Driver in front, number 74, Corey Haslam, currently in P24. Finally able to let these guys around, but that's allowed Hall to close this gap right up. Now let's see if he can maintain it. As we roll towards the top of another hour, we'll see some of these double stints come to a close. Hannafin will be more than likely handing the vehicle over to one of his teammates, Eric DeBon or Cody Blanton. Tone's picking up a spot. Josh Butler yellow flagged. Now back on track. You are one of our console Xbox Series X or S drivers. Don't forget, drivers meeting starting now for today's race. Where are they going? Let's see. They're going to Spa today for a 1-hour race. Sounds fantastic. And again, if you are a console racer who hasn't joined us yet, get over there. Get over to Box, exclamation point Box in the chat. Will get you to our Discord. Go sign up. You can't join today, really. Drivers meeting's just starting. But you can come back next week for Imola, which is going to be a lot of fun. Again, a 90-minute race to close out Season 4 of Xbox Racing at Box3 Motorsports. Take a look again. Hall and Canopin 2038 from Canopin's, or Canopin's 204 flat from Hall. So Canopin with about a 2/10 lead on average laps here. Says he should be able to hold this lead and continue to extend it. Who's leading the Xbox Championship? You're gonna have to give me a minute. I can find that out for you. Right now, our league manager, B. Fife, in the number 22 McLaren, is winning, but only by 7 points over Blue Wolf in an Audi. And Aishigo in the Ferrari is in third. But again, they're only by 3 points, and then another 4 points back to P4, Schmitty in the Audi. So I think that's up for a toss today when it comes to the Xbox Championship, or today and next week. Still plenty of points to be had right there. Oh, and these guys are bumping each other now as a back marker hangs them up. We saw it last lap with one of those back markers. I think our faster drivers, Canopin and Hall in this case, were not ready for it. They almost had it happen last lap, but Canopin was able to pull out just in time to keep from making contact, and this time not so lucky, knocking that Ferrari around in a circle. And that, I believe, it's not Butler, Michael Lee getting spun. Josh Butler now sitting sideways at the top of the hill, trying to get out of the way. Another car coming. I can hear it in my headphones. Oh, no. Butler showing a lot of damage on the front of that Lexus, taking the runoff to get back up to speed downhill. So Canopin and Hall now. Blaine Hall heading into the pits. Obviously enough damage in that particular incident to feel as though it was warranted to make that pit stop. Although 27 laps in, that was their last one as well. So they could have been looking for that. Corey Haslam with a very damaged Audi. Andreas Borchers continues to lead this race now 58 seconds to the good. Blaine Hall losing position to Kevin Blanchette as he sits in the pits. Rossini now taking up P4. Brian Canopin now able to run alone to finish out his stint. We saw the first stint was 30 laps. He's only 24 deep at this point. Hall pitting earlier than most, 3 laps down. Even more other drivers going 30 laps before coming into the pits. Blaine Hall with a very long pit stop here, already up to 98 seconds. And now heading out. We will see who takes over in the number 55. Hall losing one more spot to Gonzalez as he gets up to speed. We look how this is going to play out though. Last stint 204 flats for Hall, 203.988 for Gonzalez. So Gonzalez may very well be able to hold on to this. Philip Milwee taking over in that number 55. As I said, they do not update until they cross the Sector 1 line into Sector 2. Palm Tree, thank you, sir. Have yourself a great night. Thank you for stopping by. Well, Gage Gonzalez continues to drive that number 843 Honda. Now up into P7 after some struggles today. Just looking at the position delta, still down 3 spots from their top, from where they qualified. You need to get back up into at least P4 throughout the remainder of the 4 hours of this race. Rob Kesar and team today having a great race. Dimitri Athwal, Rob Kesar up 14 spots so far. Got to be very happy with that. Professor Chronotis now picking up a spot from Patrick Tonhauser. Michael Lee and Gasolina coming together. What in the world? Gasolina looking for that opportunity. You're right, Huff. The sun is coming up over Mount Panorama right now. Track temperature up to 12°C, so it is slowly creeping forward. Gasolina able to take up now P11 over Michael Lee. And Patrick Tonhauser in the pits will allow both of them to pick up a spot. Gasolina moving into the top 10. Kevin Blanchette and Amir Hosseini now come together. Hosseini right around on the inside through T1. Number 33 Ferrari, driven right now by Amir Hosseini, having a great race today. Hosseini really doing a great job for his team, of himself, Mustafa Ranjbar, and I'm going to mispronounce this, I apologize, Amir Astarash? I hope that's right. I'll chew it in, saying that was an interesting second stint. I'm sure it was, sir. Oh, Kevin Blanchett says, I'm going to use the runoff because I did not feel it coming through that corner. But Hosseini pulling away now, up almost 2 seconds, the gap. And from the chat saying Hosseini's sitting on 20 seconds of damage. I know we saw a good bit of bang up on the, I believe, yeah, there's some on the front. I thought it was the side of the vehicle. But Amir Hosseini doing a great job for his team. Bring that number 33 car up. If we look back to Mustafa Ranjbar running 2:05.4s throughout his stint, and then Hosseini coming in with 2:03.1s. So really pushing to get his team up there. Now obviously things going to change around with pit stops and such as they go. Gage Gonzalez making a push. Kevin Blanchett and team will be swapping out, but Hosseini doing great to get his team up into third. And hopefully can hold on to most of those gains throughout the pit stops. Mike Jackson now into the pits in the number 494 car. Well, we've seen Kostovic driving that one. We'll see if Gixxer comes out for the third stint here. Michael Lee, Ali Raza starting to come together right there in front of Amir Hosseini, playing back markers to him now. This is where it gets hard, right? These guys want to let Hosseini through, but they've got their own battle to fight. Now, if I'm Hosseini, I got a 3.5 second gap back to Blanchett. Let these guys battle through here. Nobody's passing on the mountain. And there's a push right there on Ali Raza. That was not polite at all from Mr. Hosseini. I get it. I understand what you're trying to do. That is not the right way to go about it. As Hosseini now heads into the pits, along with Michael Lee. Ali Raza able to gain that position back due to the pit stop. So just to look at it here real quick, I mean, here's the one thing I've seen so far. If we look at Andreas Borchers, our current race leader, he's up by 67 seconds. Opening stint, 2:02.5 lap times. Second stint, 2:02.5 lap times. If you want to talk about consistency and keeping yourself out of trouble and really doing what you need to do to win, this is what you talk about. It's not, yeah, he's the fastest. We'll say that. We've compared his lap times already to Canopin and to Blanchett and to others. But the point being is he's staying consistent across both of those stints. Part of the reason we saw one of the guys lose out on position was because they couldn't remain consistent. They came out second stint, lost 0.8 of a second. That's not going to keep you up there running in the front. Borchers is staying up there because for 2 hours now, 2 hours, has driven in the 202s. consistently over and over and over. So just absolutely fantastic to see. Mike Jackson now with trouble. Getting very spun, apparently, in the 494 car. Kisar now under pressure from Michael Lee. Christopher Tones into the pits. Hans Koh picking up P16. And it's Robert Hepburn that's taken over in that number 144. Ferrari applying pressure to Rob Kisar. You're My Boy Blue joins the track, and Thomas Radlemar, something like that, just took him to town. That quick. Blue wanted to look back to the inside. It just was not going to happen there. Hepburn now backed off of Kisar. Huff bringing the tunes in the chat as Kisar heads into the pits. Brian Canopin, our current second place runner, heads in right behind Rob Kisar. It's Andreas Borchers. It's Ms. Jackson by Outcast Huff. Come on. Killing these smalls. Hans Koh now able to pick up P15 with Kisar in the pits. We'll wait and see who comes out in that number 40 Audi of Brian Canopin and team. As I said, we've seen Eric DeBone drive. Eric DeBone, I believe, is as fast as Canopin. Did very well in the last endurance race that these guys rode in together. But Cody Blanton, I do not believe, was with them from what I can remember. Look at the beautiful sunrise over the valley as our drivers head into morning. So we will have to see. I mean, again, the number 40 out is back out on track. Let's see who's taking over as we get into Sector 2. Eric DeBon now behind the wheel of that car. So right now, a provisional P2 with Kevin Blanchette having to head into the pits here very soon. Gage Gonzalez back into P4. And so far we've only seen, and this is what becomes so tricky looking at these 6-hour endurance races. Like Canopin, like Gonzalez, these guys have run double stints. So after the first 2 hours, you're really only seeing one driver. We don't know how the rest of that team is going to perform. We've got Pedro Marzan and Ricardo Rivera looking to take over this car at some point during the course of today's race. And we will see if they can maintain the pace that Gage Gonzalez has of struggling and now getting back up there and doing rather well for his team so far. Andreas, how are you, sir? As Kai Friedrichs takes over in the number 87 BMW. Andreas, great driving. Excellent job. Now you've turned the car over to your partner, Kai. Excellent stints today to start this race. Excellent qualifying. Very fast driving. Kevin Blanchett now into the pits. Philip Milwee able to take up P4 in the number 55 Lambo. Retro Coffin now heading into the pits. Mike Jackson keeping Jarek Snyder at base thus far. Snyder taking over in the number 42 from Professor Chronotis. Tyler O'Shaughnessy taking over in the number 46. Audi from Patrick Tonhauser. Don't forget, folks, today's race brought to you by Box3 Motorsports, Trackalicious Sim Racing, and 949 Sim Racing. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank all of them. And today's race is also brought to you by One Rule for myself. Go check him out on Twitch. He is today's verified green partner as Gage Gonzalez heads into the pits now. Eric DeBone in that number 40 Audi. We wait and see Mike Jackson and Jarek Snyder coming back together. Exclamation point box in the chat if you want to join the Discord. But if you're looking for other communities, you support them too. Head over to Trackalicious right there. And this one, get you over to 949. We partner with these guys because they're all made up of great people, great communities. So if that's what you're looking for, we're not telling you to come to Box 3. We'd love to have you, but you don't have to. Head over to Trackalicious. Head over to 949. Again, great communities, bring people together. That's why we've partnered with them for this series and for the next one. Banton in the chat, welcome in. Thank you for being here. Mike Jackson having to deal with a ton of pressure right now, though, from Snyder. Snyder using that black and green BMW to his fullest potential. Another possible battle forming up for P5 as Amir Casatarash and Wilson Fernandez start to come closer together. Great racing all around here at Bathurst from all of these drivers. Andreas, exclamation pit wall in the chat will get you that pit wall link, sir. And for anybody who doesn't know what pit wall is, stick around after the race. We'll talk about it for a moment. I'll show you guys some info. Try and hook you up with that. Again, Wilson Fernandez closing in on Amir Kasatarash for P5 right now. Ride that bumper all the way down the hill. Mike Jackson and Jarek Snyder coming back together as well. Quite able to close it up on that lap. See what happens here into T1, though. We've seen a good number of passes happen right here today. Checking on Jackson and Snyder. Actually not far behind these guys. Not this time, but Amir Kastrash and Wilson Fernandez continue to battle it out uphill. Let's take a look here just real quick. Wilson Fernandez, for the last 6 laps since his stint started, running a 204 flat, and Amir 204.6. So Fernandez has the pace here, but Amir doing a fantastic job holding him at bay throughout these first 6 laps. These guys pitted about the same time. The teams pitted about the same time. 6 laps down for both of them. And again, Amir Kasatarash just building a brick wall in front of Fernandez so far, even though Fernandez has the pace on. Mike Jackson, Jarek Snyder continue to battle. These two drivers very, very competitive with each other. 205.2 for Snyder and 205.3s for Mike Jackson. So again, only about a 1/10 of a second separating them. This battle is going to last a long time. Whoa, and a spin right in front of these guys. Oh my goodness. Both able to get through on that. Jump up to Castrash and Fernandez. We are currently 67 laps down, Banton. So a lucky escape there at the top of the hill. It's out of the time. So when the time, again, up in the top left corner of your screen, when that time runs out, drivers finish their laps and the race is over. So 67 so far. We'll get to 77 or 75 by the end of this hour. So probably 150 laps total. $180, you think? Might get to 180. Jackson and Snyder keeping it close back here. Fighting it out for P9. Oh no! Whoa, what happened? I gotta back that up. I took a drink of water. Mike Jackson in the 494 hooks the curb. Somehow is able to avoid contact with Snyder. Somehow, I don't know how that happened, but somehow was able to avoid contact with Snyder. Loses 8 seconds, but now Mike Jackson, Tyler O'Shaughnessy able to get around as Fernandez picks up P5 as Amir Castrash heads into the pits. So Mike Jackson has got to be pulling some damage from that. The front of the car does not look healthy. But I do want to see something here. Now Castrash has only been in the car for 9 laps. Oh, there we go. Drive-through penalty. Amir Castrash, he's back out on track now for our second drive-through of the day. Again, Mike Jackson looks to hobble that 494 Ferrari back to the pits, I'm sure. Yeah, and then he comes. So Mike Jackson need to bring that in for repairs. Eric DeBon currently running in the number 40 Audi in second place. And I would say, just out of curiosity, you look at the number 40 Audi. We look at the number 87 car, which is our race leader of Friedrichs. Friedrichs running 203.046s, and Eric DeBon running 204.3s. So that gap is not going to be shrinking at any time. But Guy Friedrich's doing a great job holding that position, and all the work that Andreas Borchers did in the first 2 stints of this race. Mike Jackson still in the pits at this point, losing position quickly. So with everybody spread out for a moment, folks, let's talk about what's coming up. Can't forget to talk about what's coming up. And night sprints start September 12th at 6 p.m. UTC in Monza. Full sprint. The first sprint sets the grid for the second. First, second, and third from each race get ballast 20, 30, or 30, 20, and 10 kilograms respectively. And next Sunday, August 28th, punch out at Laguna Seca. 3 laps, 3 drivers dropped. The number of drivers limited is going to be depend on the grid size. Get signed up for this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think you're basically getting a 3-lap race if you don't haul it, right? So it's a casual race. It's one of those things where send it, you know, no risk it, no biscuit for this. It's not one of our normal races, right? Hey, do you enjoy iRacing instead of maybe ACC? I do. TCR Season 1 kicked off last week. We're back next Saturday at Lime Rock. Head over to iRacing. Join the Box3 Discord. Make sure you send me a message so I can approve your iRacing League membership in time to make sure you can join the race. But we would love to have you there. And again, Season 4 qualification kicks off. And if you're new, if you're a new member, not for us that already have it, bunch of punks. But if you're a new member to iRacing, it's on sale right now. Take the discount, do the 2 years. It's wicked cheap. Season 4 qualification starts next Sunday, August 28th until September 4th at Silverstone and Zolder. Get in there. That is brought to you by Rapid Drivers Club. Make sure you get in there, run 3 valid laps on both servers, and you will be slotted to the proper split for the upcoming Season 4. But maybe, just maybe, endurance racing is your thing. Well, that's why you're here today. So come back in November. Donington, Suzuka, Kyalami, and a 12-hour out Mount Panorama. We are going to have so much fun. Let's do it. We'll see where those... We'll find out, and I will figure out... Keep coming back here to watch, because I'll figure out, with working with Trackalicious and 949, exactly who's going to be covering it, so we can point you to the right Twitch channel. But we kind of share those responsibilities across the 4 races. And as soon as I have that information, we'll be all set. Ton of stuff going on. Yeah, Rapid Drivers Club helping with those qualification servers. Those guys are fantastic. I really wish I had the knowledge to build something like that, but unfortunately I do not. Hans Koh struggling again. Hans has had a lot of trouble today. Number 71 Honda. Very short stints due to crashes, near as I can tell. I mean, 8 laps the first stint, 18 the second, 16 the third, and 24 laps the fourth, and now onto the 5th stint. Looks like trying to stay out of the way so as not to cause problems. What just happened? I think we lost Hans. I can't click on him anymore. Retro Coffin yellow flagged as well here. Yep, Hans Koh has now dropped from the server. Oh, thank you, Huff. Yeah, I'd thrown them up earlier, but thank you. Again, this is a shared... Oh, you know what? Hold on. That's what I thought. don't even have the right graphics up today because I'm a bit of an idiot. Yeah, shout's not set up, huh? Sorry, my man. Retro Coffin yellow flagged again. That is not a healthy looking Porsche. He is on his way into the pits to obviously make repairs. Retro Coffin at number 97 Porsche. See if Mike Berghoff gets in that car. John Gixer and Dimitri Athwal now coming together. And just like that, Athwal able to sneak it around John Gixer, taking up P13 as they head uphill. Hey, Andreas, thank you for that, sir. Much appreciated. That's the kind of support that helps us grow. Jarek Snyder and Tyler O'Shaughnessy. Snyder not looking healthy in front of the number 42 BMW. And O'Shaughnessy looking to take advantage of that fact as he takes the Audi around easily. Gotta be losing a ton. Snyder's gotta be losing a ton of aero there. I'm waiting for the hood to fly up over the windshield. Gasolina and Pedro Marzan now coming together. I haven't seen Gasolina really get attacked yet today. He's been the one on offense and forcing others to play defense, but now Pedro Marzan closed that gap very quickly and is going to look for an opportunity at the top of the mountain. Now a back marker comes into play. We've seen what that can do on the downhill slope of this hill. Marzan going to look to stay inside. And there he goes. Look at the power coming out of that corner. Pedro Marzan getting on it way early. Able to just blow right around Gasolina right there. What a fantastic pass. Wicked fast. So Gasolina's stint times, if we look, and again, Gaz is a solo driver for this race, right? Let's keep that in mind. Yeah, Gaz running 205.1s. Pedro Marzan coming out in the car. Now, Gage Gonzalez 203.9s, and again, another team that likes to throw somebody in faster for those later stints. Pedro Marzan 203.2s. So Gaz not going to hold on. Now Gaz's times are getting better. You know, we talked about him earlier, 205s across the first two stints. This stint with 20 laps down, actually a 204.3. So he's come down quite a bit during the course of this race. He's getting faster. But Pedro Marzan, nothing going to break his stride. Here we go. as he takes up P6. And Tommy Dong in the number 69 Mercedes parked sideways on the hill, getting it cranked back around. I don't think we've seen Armin Petrovic in that vehicle yet. Oh yeah, we did. Okay, Petrovic's running 2 stints. So obviously Tommy Dong not having a good day there, getting spun. And now having to bring it down to the pits. It's a lot, again, a lot of damage. Max job. Were there any crashes so far? Yeah, we talked, I don't know if you were been around or not, man. It's been about the same. Not a ton of contact. There has been some, there always is. Not a huge blow up, no massive pileups. A few instances of guys making contact. For the most part, a lot of the things we've seen are drivers spinning themselves. A little too much curb, taking the wrong line, things like that, and throwing themselves off track versus losing, being pushed off track. Although there have been a couple of those. Some of them a little rude towards back markers as well. I know, Huff, every time he races with us, I mean, it's awesome, but I don't know. And I have to sit here and say it. Kai Friedrichs continues to run out front. 2:02.4, the fastest lap for Kai so far during this stint. Not quite as fast as Andreas. Andreas running 2:02.5s across both his stints. Kai with a 2:03.4, so about a second off pace. But still, compared to the drivers that he has to worry about, Eric DeBon, Philip Milwi, able to hold this spot and doesn't look to be giving it up anytime soon. Derek Snyder now into the pits. Jason Provolone getting up to P10. Take another look at the position. Delta's up there. Jump up top here a little bit. Eric DeBone team and Team Audi at number 40. Up 1 spot today. Philip Milwian team up 2. Kamel, the number 223. That team up 3 spots. And Fernandez up 4. But what's impressive is Dimitri Athwal, the number 333. Along with Rob Keesar. These guys are up, what does it say, 16. Sorry, I had to glance away. 16 spots on the day. Up to P13. They've just been climbing slowly since the beginning of this race. Keesar doing a great job. I think he had him up 12 or 14 spots. And now Athwal has continued that and brought them up another at 2 or 4. So a great drive on their part today. See that team moving up in their Porsche. Robert Hepburn in the number 144 car. Snyder looking to try and close in. Michael Zwenenberg into the pits. Yannick Plus able to pick up a spot there. Johnson, Michael Lee, the co-drivers there with Robert Hepburn. Again, this team up 6 spots during the course of this race into P11. Cannot be disappointed with those races. Who do you know, Max? Brian Canopin. You know Brian. Oh. Well, Rob Kesar's here. I believe he was someone you might know. I don't know about Retro Coffin. I don't know about that one. Maybe. Those are the only ones I can think of that are actually racing today. Snyder now closed in to within 0.3 on the back end of Hepburn. Oh, Dark Bane, what? What is going on? Holy cow, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate that all day long. Well, now today's race and stream have to be sponsored by Trackalicious, 949 Box 3 Motorsports. One rule for myself and Dark Bane. It's just a rule. That I think that has to happen. Snyder falling back, a bit, but a wall bang there on Hepburn. Going a little wide on himself. But Snyder not really taking advantage of that. Dimitri Athwal and John Gixer now coming together back here. Dark Bane's a nutter. Thank you, man. Very much appreciated. Hepburn and Snyder now fight it out downhill. Athwal and Gixer right back at it. Gixer able to get advantage. Taking up P13 from Dimitri Athwal in that 333 Porsche. Over 3 hours and 17 minutes left to go in today's 6-hour race. Track temps now up to 13C as the sun rises over the hills and dales of Mount Panorama. Thank you all so much for being here. My name is Adam Thursby, bringing you all this race coverage. Watching these drivers, John Gixer up into P13 after that last move. Again, much like I must every hour or so, I am going to take a quick step away from our race, and I'm leave you guys here to watch. I will be right back. Stick with us because, as I said, we got a little over 3 hours left to go in today's 6-hour event. We're going to talk about what's coming up. We're going to talk about pit wall. We're going to talk about all kinds of cool stuff. So you guys hang out, stick around. I'll be right back, and when I get back, we'll catch up on all the coverage and go from there. You're watching Box 3 with Trackalicious and 949, 6 hours at Mount Panorama. Thank you all so much. Stay right there. Back just in time now as Kamal and Pedro Marzan come together. For P5 now, Pedro Marzan making the play. Marzan on the inside, able to grab it. Just like that, Gasolina now into the pits. Allowing Amir Castrash to take up P7. So Pedro Marzan working hard in that 843 Honda. Gage Gonzalez doing a great job as well, but now Pedro picking up at least 2 positions during the course of this stint. Just over 3 hours now left to go in today's race. We're almost to the halfway point. Yannick Plus into the pits. We'll start seeing those stints change up again. Kai Friedrichs continuing to lead this now by 92 seconds over Eric Debon. That number 40 Audi. High in the number 87 BMW. Stephen Dunn pitting now as well. Kai Friedrichs just continuing to lay down the fast lap times. Bring it up here and take a look. 203, 259 averages across this stint, 23 laps down. Again, not quite as fast as Borchers, but still maintaining fantastic pace over the competition. B Fife in with the raid. Thank you all much for being here. You came in with Mr. Fife. Thank you. Hope you stick around. Catch the rest of this 3 hours that we have remaining of this race. But I will tell you this. Always make sure if Fife is online, you're going to watch him, support him. Every time you chat, every time you talk, every time you cheer, whatever it is you do. I know he appreciates it. But if he's not around, if he's not racing and we're here with a broadcast, you are more than welcome to come hang out. Because we would love to have you. Tyler O'Shaughnessy now coming out of the pits. On board with Kai Friedrichs now. Take a look at the comparison between him and Eric Debon. 8/10 on that last lap. During the course of this stint, Friedrichs running the 2:03.2s that we talked about. Debon 2:03.8, almost a full 2 seconds, at least a second and a half back. That closing that gap is just next to impossible. Philip Milwee continuing to do very well at number 55. Guy's sitting in third now. Blaine Hall, Jake Wells, his teammates. We will keep focus here because he may soon have Wilson Fernandez to contend with. Now closing the gap, 1.5. And we running laps of 2:05.5. Fernandez 2:03.9. He's got the pace to close this very quickly. And Milwee takes the pit lane, allowing Wilson Fernandez to take up now P3. Still 25 teams on track with us today. We started with about 29. I know we've had a few that had software issues, at least one or two. So Milwee back out now. Gasolina back there behind him. We'll see how long that takes. And we'll see if Milwee's still driving the car once this updates at the sector line. Blaine Hall back on board in that vehicle. And coming out back out in P7, I mean, look, these other drivers, they're 3 pit stops deep. Ahead of them, Kamal, Fernandez, DeBon, Friedrichs, all needing to go into the pits. Now, obviously, those gaps way too much there. I'd be curious to see where this lands as soon as all the other drivers start their pit stops here at the top of the hour. Good luck, Andreas. Keep it up. Great racing today. Lane Hall right back into the pits. Like we may have another drive through here. Yep, and right back out. So a drive through penalty there. Oh no, we are stopping. Very curious, given he just got in the vehicle. We'll see what happens there. Lane Hall now dropping spots to Gasolina. Stop go 30 for Blaine Hall on that one. Wilson Fernandez now into the pits. For Blaine Hall with a stop go 30, costing them 1 spot. Gasolina dropping them back to P8. Take a look again at those position deltas throughout the course of this race. Gasolina having a really good one. 7 spots gained throughout the course of the race so far. John Gixering team, not so much. Excuse me, not so much. Down 6 spots. Take a look there at Dimitri Athwal, however. That number 333 Porsche. Rob Kesar and Dimitri Athwal up 13 spots during the first 3 hours of this race. These guys having a great run. Rob doing a great job during his first 2 stints. Dimitri coming in, continuing that throughout this race. Derek Snyder and Tyler O'Shaughnessy coming together again. Tyler O'Shaughnessy able to get clear of that back marker. Hunter Johnson going off track, but we'll see now how quickly he can close this up. O'Shaughnessy been doing relatively well today since taking over the wheel of that number 46. Well, Snyder, as we look at this, wait for our times to come in. So number 42 driven by Jarek Snyder right now. 14 lap stint so far. 205.2s, 205.216 average. O'Shaughnessy 203.6s. So again, we see a huge disparity here and a gap that we should see closing. And oh my goodness, what is going on here? Let us back that up and see if we can catch some of that action. Athwal, Dunn, Snyder, O'Shaughnessy all caught up. John Gixer. No, okay, we're good there. Just a pile up at the top of the mountain. Wow. Stephen Dunn carrying a ton of damage out of that. Hard to catch who started that kerfluffle. But easily 5 cars involved. But as I was saying, O'Shaughnessy easily with the pace on Snyder. We'll see if he can find his opportunity. Snyder just waiting for that opportunity right now. See if he can take back what O'Shaughnessy has taken. But another Audi into the top 10 today, as Cody Blanton takes over in the number 40 after their pit stop. And now we will see, again, Cody Blanton being an unknown, a driver I don't think we've seen run with Brian Canavan and Eric Damone in the past. So we'll be curious to see what kind of pace he can carry to keep this team in P2. Tyler O'Shaughnessy, though, already starting to stretch out that gap between himself and Snyder. And already opened it up to 1 second. Cody Blanton 2 laps in that number 40 Audi. Yeah, Dark Bane comes in with the 5er. Scientist Monkey. With the 5er. Hammered it down. don't know. We'll keep it right here for now because Snyder does appear to be trying to tighten this gap back down. How many cars has the mountain claimed, Fife? Well, it's been quite a few. There's been more than one trip to the pits, and most of what we have seen has been drivers fighting the mountain, not each other. So, Gasolina currently running P7 with Blaine Hall closing in. Porsche's back in that number 87 BMW. Blaine Hall looking to take it to Gasolina in that Bentley. Gonna have the inside line if he can hold it, and there he's taken advantage. Blaine Hall doing some great driving for his team today. So Blaine Hall cementing P7 for now over Gasolina. That 1 second gap continuing to open up. Yeah, the mountain has claimed more drivers than I think drivers have claimed each other. Let's put it that way. It seemed like everyone was very respectful during yellow flags. You know, someone parked sideways. A lot of clearance. We did have one pileup of about 5 or 6 cars just a little while ago. But everyone got out of it for the most part. So I also have not checked on stewarding over on the Discord. So I have no idea, really. Fife, I see, had some server issues today. Let me know if, you know, tomorrow, Monday, whatever, I gotta tap on G Portal to see exactly what's going on. Excuse me, we are well into the second half of this race. Wilson Fernandez, glad of you to join us here in the chat. Great drive from yourself today during your stint. Check in with Retro Coffin, currently P15. Number 97 Porsche. Mike Burkhoff we did see in the last stint. And then another short one, very short stint of 1 lap before Coffin took over. So interesting there. 5 pit stops for those guys with a stop go 10 included. Good number of penalties during the course of this race. The number 33 most currently driven by Mostafa Ranjbar with a drive-through. Blaine Hall, number 55 with a stop go 30. Stop go 10 for Retro Coffin and team Mike Burkhoff. So, and that's just this stint that's being recorded. So we had some earlier today too, so. Perfect. Thank you so much, Fife. Yeah, let me know so I can jump in if necessary. If they want to deal with somebody else. Or if you don't want to and I can take care of it. Here to help you, man. Whatever I got to do. So you had to postpone today's race, so what you should do is tell all the drivers next week, well, yeah, G-Porter said they can fix it, but it has to rain for 1 race. Just to see what they say. It has to rain in the dark. Even better. Let's check in on Cody Blanton. Now, Cody Blanton taking over for that number 40 Audi of Brian Kinnepin and Eric DeBon. 6 laps deep now. And I got to say, Cody Blanton is going to hold this pace for this team. 202.6s. DeBon running 203.8s and Kinnepin running 203.9s. Blanton seemed so far to be the fastest driver of this team, as he currently runs in, again, the averages of 202.6s. So great driving from him so far for this stint. The gap to Borscher's not going down as of yet, but I think that's to be expected. And let's make that comparison though real quick. Borscher's in the number 87. He's only 3 laps into his stint, 202 flats. So a 202.6 isn't going to cut it. Nobody has this pace today. It is just insane. Already setting a 201.8 during the course of this stint in the first 4 laps. So Andreas really running hard and bound and determined to win this series for his team. Don't forget, folks, if you love endurance racing as much as I do, you got to come back, because in November, we start off at Donington for 6 hours, Suzuka for 6 hours, Kyalami for 6 hours, and then we're coming back here to the mountain for 12 hours of racing. And I guarantee, whether here at Trackalicious or 949, you're going to be able to watch it all on Twitch. One of the 3 of us is going to be covering it. So make sure you come back, put it on your calendar. Dates are all right there, 4 p.m. UTC. That should be, actually, that might be 11 a.m. by that time. Yeah, that should be 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time instead of daylight time. Well, make sure you get yourselves back over here. We're doing another GT3 Endurance Series with Trackalicious and 949. If you're not down for endurance racing yourself, you just want to do it yourself, you want to go drive and not worry about a team, Season 4 of Box 3 Motorsports opens up August 28th. Qualifying opens up 28th. Closes on September 4th. Get over to Zolder, Silverstone, Rapid Drivers Club, providing those servers. Thanks so much to them. You got to set 3 valid laps on both servers. So make sure you take time to do that and get over there. Hey, and also, we do iRacing at Box 3. TCR Season 1 kicked off last week. We're back next Saturday at Lime Rock. I will be streaming my perspective of that race right here at Box 3 Motorsports next Saturday. I'll just be doing it myself because I'm not covering it. I want to drive. So but you'll be able to watch that right here if you want to listen to me talk to the other goofballs that run iRacing and have some fun. And day and night season starts. Day and night sprints. Monza on September 12th and on to the Nürburgring on the 19th. Casual sim racing at Box 3 Motorsports, where we bring you all the events. Thank you so much for the league managers for setting those up. Exclamation box in the chat if you'd like to get over there. What's going on, Pape? Cac? Is that Cac Pape? I don't know what that is, but I'm going to do my best to say it. And as Huff says in the chat, we do have a surprise coming in October. That will be announced very soon. I've already mentioned it. We're doing a 24. I'll say it again. We're doing a 24 in October. Get ready. It's our 1-year Box 3 anniversary as a league. And the best part, Box 3 was started as a community first, Sim Racers second. It was also started with the idea that we can give something back. And we started right up front with a charity race as a league. And so, come October, we will be doing it again, a charity race to support Extra Life and Children's Miracle Network hospitals across the United States and Canada. Please join us as soon as you see that announced. Get a team together, okay? Get a team together, bring it in. We're going to have a 24-hour race. We're going to raise as much money as we can, and we want to include as many people as possible. So if you have a local Children's Miracle Network hospital or one close to you, like I do, we're going to have an announcement out where you can join the Box 3 team, but you would be raising money as your sim racing team directly for your local hospital, okay? So stay tuned. We're going to be talking about that real soon. Lots of plans in the works to get that together. We're going to have people on to talk. We're going to talk about what's going on with everything. It's going to be an absolute blast. So coming in October, get ready for that announcement. And yes, you'll be able to watch the entire 24 hours right here. And I don't know what Huff's talking about in the chat that the twist is, but whatever it is, I'm sure it'll be interesting. I probably do know. I've just forgotten at this point. Andreas Borchers continues to impress during the course of this race at Mount Panorama. 2:01.557, his fastest lap. I mean, his average is down to 2:02.3. Like, holy cow. That's insane. We've said too much. You never tell him too much. I just, my big thing is I want to put the charity aspect of it out there so people are aware of what we're trying to do. We want to celebrate our 1 year, and we want to do the right thing. This will be our third charity race as a league. I think it's important that we do that. We come together, and this one's going to be a lot of fun. I want to make this a lot of fun during the course of the stream, during the course of the race, all of it. I think we're going to have a blast. Cody Blanton continues to impress. He's down to 2:02.6s for an average. Again, beating both his teammates, both of whom we know are not slow drivers. Ryan Canopin and Eric DeBone both know what they are about in this Audi. And Cody Blanton is beating them, as far as average lap times go, by over a second. Like, this guy's wicked fast. And Borchers, yeah, he may end up lapping the whole field here. Let's catch up right now with Kevin Blanchette. Blaine Hall closing the gap there. This gap has slowly been coming down from about 9 seconds. Now all the way up to 1. Blanchette 6 laps in, 2:03.8. Hall 11 laps in, 2:02.3s. So we can certainly see which way this is tilting. You see there, Hall, 9/10 to the good. Yeah, you're right, Huffy. Cody is no joke. That cat is a running, and running hard. And you know, that's the thing, is doing this for almost a year now for the league and covering these races, you get to know people. Cody, new driver today. I don't think I've seen him run with us before, and not with Brian Canopin. I know Brian. I know Eric from the last endurance race. Both wicked fast drivers, esports level, alien drivers. And so to have someone come in on their team or different, I mean, we could be saying the same thing about Andreas Borchers. Having someone come in who's beating those times is such a surprise when you're used to seeing those guys, those people, dominate a lot of times. Blaine Hall going to start looking for opportunity as he comes out the other side of the hill down that long straight. See if he can tighten up here heading downhill. Now the question being, how much launch did he get out of that corner on this straight? Is he going to be able to close it up? The timing is closing in very quickly. All to the inside, now going to be outside for this, but able to get ahead at first and take up P6. Speed of that Lamborghini over the Lexus coming out of that sharp corner at the bottom of the hill was enough to carry him right through. Blaine Hall take up P6 over Kevin Blanchette. As we talked about before, though, Blaine with that pace just had to find his opportunity to get around. Ricardo Rivera now running in the 8.43 in P3. This is another team today that has had great luck. Gage Gonzalez, actually bad luck. Poor Gage just got hammered in his first two stints. Pedro Marzan comes back out, able to tighten this team up, get them running hard and fast all the way up into P3. And now Ricardo Rivera doing a very good job, holding his own 13 seconds over Bruno Pio in the number 88 in P4. Listen, Revis. Listen, Revis. I'm not going to announce the 24 hours of Snetterton. Mainly because it's not happening. No one wants to drive Snetterton for 24 hours. I don't think anybody wants to drive it for 24 minutes. I really don't. Kevin Blanchette continues to have a good race today in the number 223. As we talked about these guys, Kevin Blanchette, Justin Moffat, Kamel. I'm only going to say Kamel because there's no way I can put those letters together in his last name in a way that is appropriate. But this team doing quite well today. Take a look at pit stops from our teams. As you can see, Ricardo Rivera in the 843 and team have had 4 pits today. Most drivers so far, only 3, but a good number of 4, 5s, even some 6s in there. Tristan down in P18 with 6 stops, but still able to hold P18. Not a horrible thing. Also, what comes important is the last stop length. How long were we in the pits? Again, Team Borscher's doing very well, 62.8, but Ricardo Rivera, this guy's in the Honda, that 843, only 60 seconds on their last stop. Blaine Hall even better at 58. That is absolutely fantastic pit stop to get in and out that quickly. And it shows as those guys are continuing to be able to move up throughout the course of this race. And as I said, that position delta, Blaine Hall actually still down a position from where they qualified, but have had to scrap their way back up during the course of this race. But in all honesty, the real team winners today, Rob Kesar, the winners so far, I should say, in that number 333, Rob Kesar, Dimitri Athwal, gaining 13 spots, not just gaining them, but holding on to them. And again, we've talked about it before where you can gain a ton of spots because let's say there's an incident in T1 that takes out of the top 15, it takes out 13 of them and you're able to sneak through, right? Well, that's all well and good, but if you're someone like myself who's slower, you're not going to hold on to those 14 spots you gained. You're just not, because eventually those guys they make repairs. If they don't need to make repairs, they just get turned around and now they're coming after you. These guys have actually held on to it, right? They've actually done the work to hold on to it, not just get it, but then hold on to it. And that's the part to me is that what makes it great to see a team like Kesar and Athwal come together and gain that many spots. Great job today. We have seen some absolutely great driving today from everybody. And I love the turnout for these events. Again, today's race brought to you by Trackalicious Sim Racing 949 and Box3 Motorsports. And if you give me a minute, we'll go ahead and put links for those Discords into the chat. That is Trackalicious. Again, we partnered with these communities because like Box3 Motorsports, these communities are about community and about coming together and sharing a great hobby. And there's 949 Discord. And that's why it's so important to us that we share this and do this with us. That's why we're doing a second series. Because these are communities that we've come together with. We've met some great people. So if you're not yet a part of them and you want to sim race, there's a lot more to do than just endurance racing. You don't need a team. You don't need to jump on endurance. You can come out for regular season stuff, for all 3 Discords, or just 1 or 2, whatever you want, and have a great time and get to talk to some great people. And because Palm Tree in the chat has said no to the 24 hours of Snetterton, I will now make a push to ensure that it is the 24 hours of Snetterton, and Palm Tree is required to participate or will be kicked out of Box 3. Pretty straightforward. I'll bet you Revis in the chat agrees with me that that's exactly what should happen. Sun is up. Track is at 14 degrees Celsius. It is 7:45 in the morning on track. Professor Carnotis and Andreas Mostasero coming together now. Carnotis leading the charge downhill. But Mostasero in that Audi applying pressure on the whole run down the roller coaster. Now we've seen this move before. Again, let's see if that Audi can pull out the straight line speed and if he's got enough launch out of that corner to make the move on this straight. No, it's not because you're Australian. First of all, you're not. You're from New Zealand, so I know those aren't the same thing. Second of all, it's just because you didn't want to do Snetterton. Montasero on the inside of that corner, able to hold on to it, and gets around Chronotis to take up a top 10 position. With 2 hours and 20 minutes left to go. Mostasero holding on to that spot now, gap opening up well over 1 second very quickly. Some of you haven't mentioned much. Bruno Pio in the number 88 BMW doing a great job taking what his teammate Wilson Fernandez gave him and running with it, currently holding P4. About a 15-second gap up to Ricardo Rivera. So many of these drivers in the top 5 are so fast. It's just, how do you see these gaps closing before the end of this race, right? Ranjbar, maybe, I mean, only 10 seconds back from Pio, so we got an opportunity there between pit stops and everything else. So, I don't know, but the way these things open up, and these guys are so quick. TG, welcome into the chat, my man. You were busy cycling the Nordschleife. Why? Shouldn't you drive cars on it? Like, wouldn't that be more fun than bicycling it? But anyway, no, you haven't missed much. We had one major incident, was about 5, which I say major, it was about 5 cars. Honestly, best race start I've witnessed in months. Very clean out of T1, very clean all of lap 1, lap 2. Like, most of the incidents we've seen today have been drivers pushing and losing control. that's without me looking at the stewarding, okay? Because I don't do that. That's what stewards are for. But that is, you know, most of what we saw was people, you know, taking a curb right here, taking too much curb, off into the sand. By themselves, not involving other vehicles. But yellow flags did a great job. Guys slowed down coming down the hill here in this section specifically where we had cars sideways. It was really good. And continues to be so. 2 hours and 17 minutes left to go. Gixxer showing off into the sand. We just talked about it. What did we just say? What happens up here? You catch some curb, and guess what? You give Christopher Tones a spot. Possibly. Because he's right there now. With John Gixxer, Christopher Tones going to battle for P13. Now, Tones obviously given an opportunity here because Gixxer sliding off. But, take a look at it. Okay, so Gixxer with his drive right now running 206.2s. Tones 205.245. So he's got pace if he can close this gap up. Now, so far it's opening, not closing. So it'd be interesting to see because the pace is there for Tones to take up P13 as O'Shaughnessy shows yellow flag and backwards in the track. And this is what I was talking about, TG. There's nobody around him. This has been folks doing a lot of this stuff to themselves today, pushing it hard. And the mountain claims another one. As O'Shaughnessy sits and waits to find opportunity to get turned around. No position loss yet, but it is coming. Able to hold on to P9 through that. Doesn't look like he should have absorbed a ton of damage. Hey, Palm Tree, what's going to happen is, yeah, there is a good bit of damage on the front of that car, but it didn't look like it was from that incident. We'll see if he has to end up hitting the pits or not. Palm Tree, what we've decided is you and I are going to fly to Germany, and we're going to go to the spa 24 hours, and we're going to visit the Nordschleife, and TG said we could stay with him. It's fine. Apparently it's really hot where he lives, but it's fine. We'll make do. You can sleep in the barn. Christopher Tone's just not quite able to close up this gap with Gixxer. Coming together slowly, but very, very slowly. No, I said Palm Tree and I could stay with TG. He didn't invite you. I don't know why he didn't invite you. You have to talk to him about that. But Palm Tree and I can stay with TG. Allegedly. Just gotta ask him, Ottens. I mean, maybe it's just because you didn't ask. I don't know. You have to get yourself there, Palm Tree. Come on, man. And John Gixxer off track now. Tone's still not able to capitalize on it. Even with that, I mean, he's getting there now. Finally catching up. And gets around him into that corner right there. Gixxer going to lose P13 to Christopher Tones. No, TG, we'll all come at the same time. We'll do bunk beds. There's so much more room for activities. So as we say, you know, Tones has the pace to keep P13 away from Gixxer. Now, whether or not he can hold on to it, we'll find out, but he should have pace given what we're seeing from these average lap times that are coming across. I'd sleep in the park next to your house, TJ. Don't worry about it. It's Germany. No one's going to stab me. It's not the United States. Adam Thomas now P19 into the pits. Coming around to the 2-hour mark, we will start seeing drivers drop in. Andreas Borchers continues to lead, and Andreas Borchers and team. And that team, of course, being Kai Friedrichs, continues to lead this race. Cody Blanton holding it up for Team Crow, we'll call them. And the number 40 Audi. Currently running P2. P3, Ricardo Rivera in the 843. Honda, Gage Gonzalez, Pedro Marzan, and Ricardo Rivera driving that together, having a great run today. Bruno Pio. Number 88. BMW with Wilson Fernandez. Those guys having a great race. And Mostafa Ranjabar in the number 33. The number 33 Ferrari with Amir Orsini and Amir Castrash. That is your top 5. Right now, we're again just over 2 hours left to go today. Request on board with Molson FL. It's pretty easy, my dude. That just happens right here. That's the magic. I gotta move things because I stood up. It was too long sitting down. So here you go. That's the onboard. But I see what Huff did here, and I do see Palm Tree's question. So Palm Tree, next Saturday, I'm gonna do iRacing right here at Box3 Motorsports. I'm gonna broadcast. Well, not broadcast. I'm gonna be driving in our TCR season next Saturday. You can watch it right here. Don't even have to come to my channel. I'm right here to Box3. Folks, as I was saying, that is your top 5 right now. 110 laps down, 2 hours and 10 minutes left to go in this fantastic endurance event at Mount Panorama. Brought to you by Box3 Motorsports, 949 Sim Racing, and Trackalicious Sim Racing. And by One Rule for Myself, a member of the Box3 community. He's a really good human being. So he is our race partner today. So thank you to him for watching so much and being able to do that. And thank you to all of you for coming to watch. Thank you to the new followers. Thank you to B-Fight for the raid. Thank you to Nate Roger for the follow. I see you there. Banton for the follow. You guys are what brings this together. I love having you here. Palm Tree, you'll set a 6-minute lap time because the thing's that scared of you, it can make it in 6 minutes. I wouldn't be admitting to that. Hey, yeah, and thank you, Side Smoke. Dark Bane for the gifted subs, man. The hero of the day. See, I knew I'd forget to thank somebody. And we're not done, guys. We got 2 hours left to go in this race. And we're going to be here for the whole thing. Trust me on that. Might step away, but we're not leaving until it's over. Speaking of which, folks, I am going to take another step away. I thank y'all for being here. Give me just a few minutes. I'm going to leave you on autopilot. No real battles happening right now, so stick with it. Except let's go look at Blaine Hall in P6. Hold on here. Oh, Blaine Hall. Let me back over there. Blaine Hall in P6 getting spun hard. And now the damage sets in. Now he's still got a gap back to Blanchette after doing that. Of about 7 seconds, but that is a lot of damage. And we'll see. Let's stick with Blaine for just a minute and see if he needs to head into the pits as he lets Andreas slip by. You need to keep something in mind when we talk about Borcher's pace. He just lapped P6. He just lapped P6. He may end up making it around the entire field during the course of this race today. We'll see. But Blaine Hall stays out. Running into that number 55 Lamborghini does not look healthy. But if we take a look, Blaine is now 24 laps in to his stint. These guys typically, I mean, his first 2 stints, he ran 27 laps each. And then Phil Milwee came out and ended up running 31. Now that could be because they're trying to, you know, skip and not have to make an extra stop. But I'm willing to bet Hall is going to stay out now with Blanchette right there. Hall is going to look to stay out because he's only got 3 laps left to go until his regular stint time, and maybe look to clear this. But, oh no. Oh no. Back that up. Did we catch it? Off the wall and into Blanchette. Oh man. Blanchette hitting the wall further down. As Blaine looks to get spun, he is damaged now. Blaine Hall taking up P6. But Blanchette taking up P6. Blaine Hall losing position now to Gasolina and dropping back to 8th. That was terrible. I mean, certainly not terrible for Gasolina, but Blaine Hall took the wall, now struggling to keep the car on track. And I really think he wanted to ride that damage out and try to stay out for 3 more laps and get the regular stint timer going for them. And it just was not going to work. Blaine Hall now limping his way back to the pits. And trying to avoid traffic, knows his steering isn't working right. Maybe gonna try and keep it on track now. That is an absolute shame. Those guys were having a great run. As he does his best to keep it together. Limp the team back to the pits. Get back out there. Staying well clear of the track. Doing a, you know what? Doing a good thing. Doing a great thing for the other drivers on track. He knows what's required, so we'll let them get back and get clear. And then with that, I will step away for a few moments, folks. Again, thank you everybody for being here. Don't go anywhere, because we got another 2 hours of racing to watch. I hope you all stick with us the whole time. Be right back. And back again, folks. Thank you so much for that break. Bruno Pio now into the pits. Pedro Marzan staying out. Pedro Marzan doing very well. 5 pit stops for that 843 car, and these guys still sitting in P4 right now. A team made up of Gage Gonzalez, Pedro Marzan, and Ricardo Rivera. How many teams have we lost to the mountain today? We're down 4. We started with 29. We are at 25 teams currently. To catch up Andreas Borchers. Friedrichs continue to take that 87 to town. Cody Blanton. The number 40 Audi. With Eric Debon and Brian Canopin sitting in second right now. That gap continuing to open though. Borchers just unbelievable, up to 117 seconds. Now into the pits with Blanton. We will see who comes back out in that vehicle. Welcome in, Autista. Thank you so much for being here. Marzan doing very well. We were just discussing Gasolina as well. Gasolina up into P6 now. Take a look at that position delta one more time. Gasolina up 8 spots today. Ranjbar and team up as well. Gasolina, though, running this as a solo event. No team members in that Bentley. The only Bentley in the field today. And he has done a fantastic job. Team Sweaty Box in that number 40 Audi. Doing very well. Turner Johnson now into the pits. Jake Wells coming up into P11. That car still not repaired. Saw Blaine Hall in that vehicle earlier, in that car number 55 earlier. Just crush it trying to get back around, and it looks like they only chose to repair maybe some of the damage when Jake took over. I'm just going to put this out there for anybody that wants to check it out. There are ways to do so, but you can watch right now 949 Sim Racing over there, watching Jake drive. Whelp Cakes hosting. Space Esports is that #1 team right now. of Andreas Borchers. Kai Friedrichs. And as things stand right now, they will be taking home the championship of this 6-hour series. Mustafa Orangebar now into the pits. These guys have had a drive-through today. We'll see if this is another penalty coming for the number 33 car. Five laps. Sorry, Range bar in at 30 laps, so this will be their pit stop to make that flip. Wilson Fernandez back behind the wheel of the number 88. Bruno Pio doing 203.9s during his last stint. These guys switching back and forth. 204.9s during his first stint. So a 1 second improvement there. Says Bruno Pio is definitely carrying his team, carrying his weight for his team, doing a great job. These guys sitting in P4. Fernandez so far 3 laps in and a 204.4. Track temps now up to 15 degrees C. You guys definitely having to contend with tire pressure changes throughout the course of this race. Eric DeBoom back in the number 40 Audi for us. Apologies for the display going away. Things got a little weird for a second. You see there now, Andreas Borchers a full lap ahead of Eric de Bon in the number 40. So at what point do we see lapping going on here of P2? Borchers just starting, de Bon coming down the hill, so quite a bit of space there, but still an hour and 47 minutes left to go. You have to wonder, is Borchers going to be able to lap the entire field before the end of this race? He started practicing a week before the last race. He better lap the field. It may get to that point, Gixxer. We may see it happen. Again, it's just a fantastic drive from that whole team today. Andres Mostasero back in the number 30 Audi. You know, we talked about it during qualification, but really, if we look at our top 10 that you see on your screen right there, a very diverse mix of manufacturers today, which I think is fantastic to see. I mean, look, everybody's running the Audi Evo 2s right now, but Audi isn't dominating. Eric de Bon running in that number 40 up front in P2, but BMW, Honda, Ferrari, Bentley, Lexus, we got a Lambo at P11. Okay, so right outside the top 10. And yeah, there are 3 Audis up there in the top 10. But I think we get to see this really diverse set of manufacturers that's letting these drivers just showcase their abilities, because it doesn't seem to matter what these guys drive. They are putting it out there, and Andreas Borchers now out of the pits. We'll see if he's going to double stint this one. Again, folks, please stick around at the end of today's race. And Andreas is not in the car. Friedrichs has taken back over, as we see in the chat. Stick with us at the end of today's race. We're going to talk about pit wall a little bit, and then we're going to find somebody to go raid. Let's take our love on to another race somewhere. Did the last 40 minutes for fastest lap. I think you've got it. Friedrichs continues the drive, but Andreas set it up for Wilson Fernandez now. P5. Whoa, we're gonna back this up. Fernandez dropping to 5 behind Amir. We missed this because even 30 seconds didn't get us back far enough to see what happened. but obviously a ton of damage. Saw no contact on the board, so another driver succumbing to the mountain today. There have been very few that have not, as Wilson Fernandez limps his way back to the pits to make repairs. And does not. There we go. Okay. These guys make late pit entries. So Wilson Fernandez now into the pits. That's a shame right there. Amir Kasatarash taking up P4. And the number 33. For Hosseini and Ranjbar. So Fernandez now dropping back again behind Gasolina. Gasolina stepping up to P5 after that. Thank you, Autista, for resubmitting your message. I'm going to go ahead and deny your last one, because I don't need that word in our chat. So thank you for that. TG with the illegal pit entries. I wouldn't disagree. Fernandez now down to P7. Fernandez still in the pits, 92 seconds deep. No, you're good, Autista. Fernandez continuing to sit. We'll have to see how long this takes, but Kamel able to get around. Chronotis now up into P7 as Fernandez continues to sit. Fernandez now out of the pits, fully repaired. P10 though. Shame to see. But we talked about it during qualification today. The mountain was going to claim drivers, and it has. Hey, Huff, you want to know the worst part, though, about that whole thing? For this series, we've seen Andreas, we've seen Kai competing. There's 8 members on that team. There's 8 people on that team. None of the rest, I don't think, have driven in our events. I want them to come. I want them to come to our events. I want to see it go down. Such a flip from the start of this race. If you're gonna check that position delta, our top three have remained the same. They've gotten themselves back up there. Marzan working his way back into P3 in that Honda, the number 843. But Amir Kastarash up a spot. Gasolina up a spot. Kamal, I gotta go with Kamal. Up a spot. Chronotis up 2. Ryan Brown now taking over in the number 46. Up a spot. Up 2 spots. Sorry. Apologies for that. Bonhauser having a great race. O'Shaughnessy doing very well for his team. So the Audi up 2 spots today. Ali Raza, those guys losing 1. Wilson Fernandez, unfortunately, with that last incident, now down 6 positions. And so heartbreaking to see that happen with only an hour and a half left to go. I'm sure you realize now I have to, right? Kind of have to. Kamal now into the pits, gonna get repairs himself. Get that team back out there. Ryan Brown driving it, damaged right there. That number 46 Audi, but still closing in on Chronotis. A late race battle coming here. Ryan Brown closing that gap very quickly. Well, Brown, during the course of this stint, they're first in this race. 13 laps in, 2:02.9. Chronotis running 2:06.2s for average lap times. Ryan Brown is, he'd get ready to smoke Chronotis. And again, more teams, when we talk about, you know, where do you place your people? Before this, O'Shaughnessy 2:05.4s, 2:03.9s, and Onhauser, towards the beginning of this race, 2:05s. So now they throw Brown in, pulling 2:02.9s with damage to gain some spots. I mean, we're seeing pulling up on number 6 right now. Closing that gap very quickly. And there we've seen that move more times today than any other up the inside. Ryan Brown able to take Chronotis coming down the long straight off the mountain. Moving that team into P6 in that number 46 Audi today. Gixxer. What did I say? Gixxer? No. I'm just saying GIF. Sorry, Gixxer. I got you. So Brown firmly establishing P6 over Chronotis. I think Rossi yellow flagged and slow, but no gaps there. Kostovich showing yellow as well. Number 63, currently in P22. Ricardo Sapien driving that vehicle right now. A. Oland sitting in the pits, waiting to take back over. A lot of very close pit stops for this team. They're on pit stop number 10. Welcome in, Dan Locke. Thank you for joining us. Well, yeah, Dan Locke, a lot of pit stops there. So again, 10 total. Some of them longer than others. I mean, it looks like we really had some serious, you know, 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Most of them around the 60-second mark, but a lot of short stints. Unfortunately, because I closed my software by mistake, I lost my exact pit stop count, but it looks to be about 10 according to Pit Wall. So definitely some struggles there today with the mountain, as it claims another victim. 1.5 hours left to go in this 6-hour endurance series. The finale of this particular series. But if you enjoy endurance racing, hey, if you're on a team and you're watching right now and you enjoyed this, we got you. Come on back. Starting in November on the 19th, 6 hours of Donington, 6 hours of Suzuka, 6 hours at Kyalami, and 12 hours at Mount Panorama. We're coming back to the mountain next year in February. You better get ready, because it's going to be for 12 hours. Get your teams together now. It's out there. It's ready. Start signing up. Put it together. Let's go. I want to see 50 cars on this mountain as a back marker. Oh, no. No. Got Dimitri Athwal. Dimitri Athwal goes driving off track. You know, I gotta say it, I get it. Dimitri right there was a back marker. I understand that this need to clear a path for a faster driver. I really, really do. I will say it again to anyone watching. I will say it again to anyone who listens. Going off track is the absolute worst thing you can do. Even if you think you're doing the right thing, you have no control. It's very easy to tap a brake and go sliding, and now you're back on track, except not where you thought you were going to be. All these things. I understand clearing space. Stay on track. They'll wait. They'll wait. And if they don't, submit it to the stewards. But for the most part, you need to stay on track, and you need to make that person wait a little bit. They'll be okay, I promise. 34,000 kilometers on this track. Are you insane? Was that just in the last couple weeks, Andreas, or? And it's not just you, because Kai is doing a fantastic job as well, maintaining pace, opening up the gap over Eric Debon and Team Crow there in the number 40 Audi. That's true. I didn't even talk about it, Huff. We should talk about it. Season 4 qualification opens up next Sunday. Closes up on September 4th. You got yourselves about a week to get in there. Get qualified. Get slotted into your split for the upcoming season. Don't forget, qualification servers brought to you by Rapid Drivers Club. Thank you so much to them for helping us out with that. And another team doing very well today, the number 46 Audi of Patrick Tonehauser, Tyler O'Shaughnessy, and Ryan Brown. These guys up 4 spots into P6 and have really done a great job today. Again, it's all about the consistency, and we can say the same thing for honestly, we can say the same thing for Andreas and for Friedrichs. It's all about the consistency, right? They haven't hit the walls. They've just, now granted, with these two, it's about pace as well. But the drivers that we see and that we talk about doing well today, it doesn't mean in first place, just who we talk about doing well are those, and I'll bring them up again just because it's worth mentioning. If I can find it, because now everything just went, uh-oh, did we lose somebody? We did lose someone because we're down to 24 drivers. Gasolina now into the pits. Back to 25. So someone got bounced. Came back in. Oh, that's why. Never mind. Never mind. I lost all my info because of my software closing. But Dimitri Athwal, Rob Kieser, guys in the number 333 Porsche, they're up like 13 spots today. And it wasn't about being the fastest. It was about the consistency. They didn't hit the walls. They didn't have damage. Maybe a little here and there, but for the most part, just stayed out of trouble. And I think that consistency will get you further than speed. Now, the Gasolina got discode. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're back, Gaz. Hopefully you can get back in as Jake Wells struggles up the hill. But I think that consistency can be so much more important than pure speed. And that's not to say speed isn't important. I mean, Friedrichs and Andreas are winning this race today because of the pace they have. But that pace wouldn't mean anything if they were bouncing off the walls every lap they came around and headed through right here to start down the mountain. That pace would be useless. So, yeah, the pace is great. But if you don't have this first, that's going to cause you problems. And that may sound obvious, but so many people just go out and hot lap. They don't race in traffic. They don't go into race conditions to get better at driving, at sim racing, versus just getting faster at sim racing. Unfortunately, I can't do either one. Eric Debon continues his run in P2. His fastest during this session, a 2:02.9. Last lap at a 2:03.2. Meanwhile, Kai Friedrichs sets his best lap of this particular stint at 2:02.28, and he just did that on his last lap. So pace is not dropping as this race continues into the day. Track temp now up to 16 Celsius. One hour, 22 minutes left to go this afternoon. Unfortunately, Gasolina now down to P12 after a disconnect. But an hour 22 to make up time, only about 9 seconds back off of Kostovich. And we certainly know Gaz has the pace. Take a look at that actually. Gaz in the 191. Kostovich in the 494 right now, so Gaz across his, well, Gaz driving by himself. So last stint before he got disconnected, running 204.1s. Kos running 203.2s. Gonna be a hard gap to close, right? As we wait for stint times to come in for this latest one after the disconnect. And unfortunately, 2 minutes and 12 seconds in the pits is gonna hurt no matter what. Shane Reeves in the 949 jumping back to the pits. Can we jump back and see what happened? Wall riding at 949 is not healthy today. As we check in with Michael Lee, our current position 10 holder. Professor Chronotis now into the pits, dropping position to Ali Raza. Michael Lee now possibly under pressure from Joseph Ostovich for P10. Kostovich closing up quickly. So just take a look here real quick. This gap closed extremely quickly. Kostovich was back approximately at the start of this stint right around 58 seconds, and now all of a sudden you see it right there, 3/10 and a slide from Michael Lee. Let's go back and catch what happened. Michael Lee sending himself into the wall under the pressure, dropping that spot to Kostovich. So Joseph Kostovich moves the 4.94 up into the top 10. That is the Ferrari with Joseph Kostovich, John Jixer, and Mike Jackson behind the wheel today. The mountain claims another driver. Michael Lee opting to stay out after that wall slam. It looked like he hit pretty hard. So as we... Oh, and Amir Kastrash in P4 currently off track. Let's go back and take a look. Yeah, didn't catch it. I don't want to go back 30 seconds on that. Obviously by himself. No contact made with anyone else, but... Now some steering problems. No right-hander in this one, sir. That car is besmirched and going to struggle. Now, Ryan Brown sitting in P5 is closing that gap very quickly, and it looks like he could take up P4. We shall see. I mean, still 90 seconds back, but that's going to be a lot of damage to repair in the pits. A lot of damage. Oh, and a push there as another driver, Michael Lee, tries to shove his way by. Oh, that's a hard one because Amir's doing his best to keep it on track. Michael Lee sees the yellow flag, sees the slow driver. You've got to back down. You weren't racing anyone. You weren't. There was no competition right there. So Michael Lee now off track, and now we'll see if he comes into the pits. Nope, looks to stay out as Amir Kasatarash hangs into the pits to make those repairs. But I look at this as Lee should have probably backed down from that. as Jake Buckman takes up position over Kamel in P14. You know what? I might have missed it, one rule. I'm not sure, but I didn't think they were that close that he should have pushed. And now, again, to be fair, you know, Amir could have done better to probably stay off track. Okay, let's face it, or not off track, but at least off to the side as far as possible. But you got to know when to. Hey, I'm a fan of the gambler. What can I tell you? You got to know when to hold him and know when to fold him. And right there was a time to fold it. Back down. You have over an hour left in this race. You got to pull it back. You can't just blast through there hoping that the guy with no steering is going to be able to get out of your way, because he's probably not, unfortunately. Unfortunately, he's probably not going to be able to. So, there it is. Amir losing spot to Ryan Brown now, who takes up P4 in the number 46 Audi. Don't forget, today's race brought to you by Box3 Motorsports Trackalicious Sim Racing, 949 Sim Racing. And right there in our chat, one rule for myself. Such a good dude. One of our good folks at Box3 Motorsports. Very welcoming to people. Amir Casteresh now dropping to 7th. Behind Wilson Fernandez, still in the pits, 120 seconds, 2 minutes past, and still sitting there as Fernandez moves up into P6. Now Amir losing, dropping to P8. Behind Jerix Snyder. And still sitting. 166 seconds at this point. And another spot lost, you see it there. Jake Wells moving up. As we said, the mountain claims another driver. Michael Lee off track again. Jake Bucknam able to take up position. Just a tad too deep at the top of the hill. Just about 1 hour, 8 minutes left to go. While we have a moment, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take you real quick because we've been talking about it and I want to show it to y'all so you guys can see it and see what's possible. Go Fernandez in the chat. Wilson Fernandez in P6 right now, doing a fantastic job for his team. Welcome in. I can't say your name. Renana? Renana. You're getting Renana. That's the best I can do. I'm sorry. If it's something different, you should tell me because I'll be happy to do that for you. But I can't. It's just, yeah. Been a long day. I apologize. Anyway, guys, before we get too much, I can't pronounce that either. Nascimento? Does that sound right? Am I close? I like to try and get close for people. It's very difficult sometimes. Nascimento is how I would say that. Perfect. Nascimento. Thank you for coming in, Nascimento. I appreciate you being here. And I appreciate you working with me trying to make sure I get your name right, because I think it's something that's important to do for folks. But as I was saying, guys, before we get any further into this race, because we're coming down to the last hour of this 6-hour event, a lot of people, you've heard me talk about, during the Watkins Glen race, and now today, pit wall. What is pit wall? What is, live timing at pit wall? What is pit wall? Let's jump over real quick. I'm going to interrupt your race for just a minute. We're going to take a look at pit wall. So this is my left-hand monitor. It's the one right here as I look at the camera, right? The camera sits on top of it. This is what I can see during the course of today's race. Now, you're looking at this going, what is going on? This is craziness. Can I see all this? Yeah, you can. Exclamation pit wall in the chat. Now, granted, you're only going to get to see what is available on free accounts versus paid accounts, etc. Okay? I have a paid account because I do this. I kind of figure I should. But there is some great data in here. And Nascimento, I will go on board with Fernandez in just a minute, okay? There's some great data in here in regards to watching this race. So when you guys hear me talk about average lap times, that's right down here. As these guys drive, and we're looking at Friedrichs and Eric Debon right now, you can see that this pulls the average lap time for their stints. This is the gap. This shows the gaps opening up between the two. You can see during the course of this stint, it has just opened up unbelievably, or since the beginning of the race, it has just unbelievably opened up. But this is all the stuff that you can see with pit wall, and I just want to take a minute to make sure you guys knew what it was and why we use it here. And if you want to use it, again, hit our link up, !pit wall in the chat. We'll get you right over there, and you guys can see all the data that we can pull with live timing here at the race. So again, sorry guys for the interruption, but again, with pit wall, Jake Wells now into the pit, Gasolina moving up into the top 10. Dwanenberg on track and slow. Dropping quickly, maybe get back up to speed, but cars coming up on him very fast. Yellow flagged, however, so our drivers should be aware and there shouldn't be a problem. And with that and our drivers spread out, I'm going to throw you on autopilot. I'll be back. I'm going to take my last break of this 6-hour event. Stick with us because, as I said, we got stuff to talk about at the end of this race. I can show you a little more pit wall. I just wanted to make sure I did it then because I had the data. And after the race is over, the data kind of can go away. And I didn't want to lose it. So that said, stick around. I will be right back. You guys stick with us and enjoy this 6 hours at Mount Panorama. Be back in just a few moments. right, folks, less than 1 hour to go in this 6-hour endurance event. Robert Hepburn off track at the top of the mountain. One after another today, it has claimed drivers over and over again. There's a link if anybody wants to watch it. The mountain wins again. As it has happened all day today. Again, not a ton of incidents, more about, and I apologize, Nascimento, we got to go on board with Fernandez for you, but it looks like I had to step away for a few moments, speak with my wife, so I apologize for that. Brian Canavan back in the number 40 Audi. Gonna finish this race for his team. As Jake Bucknam heads into the pits, Philip Milwee able to pull up into the top 10. So Bruno Pio now behind the wheel of the number 88 BMW. We will still go on board with him. And again, my apologies to you, Nascimento, for that and stepping away. But as I'm sure you all saw, as I was showing a little bit of pit wall, my wife walked by in the background and wanted to speak to me real quick. It lined up perfect with the 1 hour break that I needed to take. Bruno Pio currently running number 8 in that number 88 BMW. As we sit back and wait for our end of race battle, we always get one, it seems, no matter how spread out these drivers get to be. We end up with an end of race battle. And as you see, this might be it right here. Bruno Pio only about 3 seconds off the back end of Jarek Snyder. Let's bring up those times real quick and see kind of what pace we're looking at here between the two. So Snyder running 2:04.8 as we wait. Bruno Pio only been in the car for 2 laps. We got to wait for an average to come in. While we do that, we'll see where these guys sit and see how quickly or slowly this gap might open or close. Right now, opening it up. Jarek Snyder spreading this out to, about 5 seconds at this point. And we'll see if Bruno's able to close it back down before the end of this race. 52.5 minutes left to go today. I just missed the back marker smoke in the wall getting Bruno involved. That would not surprise me. Again, the Bruno driving a very damaged vehicle right now. And I question sometimes the thoughts of the drivers and the teams that decide, you know what? It's okay, I can drive with this damage. Right now, this gap is holding at about 4.8 seconds. But if we take a look at it, Bruno now running 2:05.9's average. Now, that's only across 3 laps. He just started his stint. But as I said, Snyder, 2:04.6's. Pio is not closing that gap. with 2:05.9s. And how much of that is PO, right? How much is that is PO, and how much of that is the damage? How much aero is he losing? Well, TG, do hold on to those 33,000 channel points. We already have our team partner, our stream partner today, which is one rule for myself. He is our official Box3 Motorsports stream partner for today's session. Along with Trackalicious and 949 Sim Racing. Go check him out right over there. Twitch.tv/one rule for myself. Great member of the community. Very welcoming to people that come in. This is what we love. Now you see Bruno Pio closing the gap down, now back down to 2.5 seconds. So I'm able to make up a little bit of time on that last lap. Right now, holding, let's zoom this in a little bit. Right now, holding about 1.5 seconds the last lap. It had opened up to about 3.7. So we'll see if this can close up any further. Good luck, Andreas. Kaya's taking good care of that vehicle for you. Keep it going, sir. My Burkhoff, sometimes graphics don't show fixed. Okay, good to know. Be curious to know if they're carrying a ton of damage or not. Still holding about 2.3 seconds off the back end of Snyder at this point. Gonna wait for this to close in. Still 40, almost 47 minutes to go in this race. This has been a fantastic race at Mount Panorama today. Kai Friedrichs, we know Andreas Borchers in the chat said last 40 minutes are his. He will be getting into that car soon to finish this out. qualified first, held first throughout the entire race. Brian Canopin back in the number 40 Audi to finish out the day. Yerky in the chat. Yerky cheering on Andreas Borchers. These guys got a lot of fans. So again, we'll take a look at Pio. Pio still holding a 2:04.7 average lap time now that we're up to about 6 laps. Snyder 2:04.8. So, you know, Pio's definitely picked up the pace. That gap down now to about 1.3 seconds. He's reeling him in slowly. Tightening down the winches. Bruno Pio looking to make his move into P6 here very soon. No, Palm Tree, it's not. That laptop strictly sits there for stream monitoring, so I can check bit rates and make sure I know what's going on, and then have some stream control outside of OBS as far as rating at the end of the stream, things like that. It just hangs there to do. It's a league laptop, basically. But I have a software KVM that runs across, so I use the same mouse and keyboard for everything, including the laptop. Gap down now to 1 second. Bruno Pio reeling this in very slowly. Gonna look to take Jarek Snyder in the next lap or two here, hopefully. We get to watch ourselves a great battle coming in this 6-hour event. We have another battle shaping up though. Ranjbar and Osevich in the back here for P8. Osevich looking for opportunity into this corner. We've seen it before. Let's see him shoot up the inside. Not quite there this lap. But Ranjbar feeling the pressure. Bring these guys up. Number 33 car. And the number 494. But Ranjbar just starting this stint. Only 2 laps in. We'll have to wait for that. But 2:02.9s from Kostovich this stint. His second in a row, 2:03.2s during the course of the last stint. Jarek Snyder and Bruno Pio able to make them. Whoa, we got an incident here. Let's go back and take a look. Bruno Pio pushing just a little too hard over that curb. Jarek Snyder able to hold on to P6. But Kostovich chasing Ranjbar down. Giving us the action here in the last hour. 41 and a half minutes left to go. But Bruno Pio now 2.5 seconds back off of Jarek Snyder after throwing it just a little too hard into that curb. So here's the issue. Ranjbar currently running 2:06.8 off of his current stint. Now that's only 3 laps deep. Last stint was 2:04.5. Kostovic 2:03.2. So this gap is going to continue to close until Kostovic can get a clear pass and get it moving. Taking over P8 from Ranjbar, provided this pace holds. Bruno Pio already with under 2 seconds back to Snyder. He has stepped it up here at the last hour. What do you have to build, Palm Tree? I thought you already had a ring. You just went from Xbox to PC. What could there be to build? Heading into the downhill, this is not safe. As we go door banging side by side. Ranjbar holding on for now. Kostovic back just a little bit as these guys clear back markers. Bruno Pio now down to 1.8 seconds between them. We'll keep an eye up there. And Kostovic rolls deep into the corner now, dropping time off Ranjbar. Look for an opportunity that just was not there yet as we check in on Jarek Snyder and Bruno Pio. Pop in the chat, that must be Kai coming in. Andreas Borcher's now back in at the helm of that number 87 BMW. 40 minutes, 38 and a half minutes left to go in today's race. As we watch Bruno Pio look to tighten things up against Jarek Snyder. Two battles now for P6 and P8, want both each about a second apart. At this point, we're going to keep our eyes right here for now. Ali Raza now into the pits, dropping out of P4 to P5. Ryan Brown taking over that P4 spot. And there it is, Kostovic able to get around. Jump back real quick, see if we can catch it. Side by side down into the final corner. And Kostovic taking the inside line. Able to pick it up, so Mustafa Ranjbar dropping to P9. Kostovic taking up P8. Ali Raza now back out of the pits. Snyder only about 10 seconds back, but it's opening up quickly. Oh no, that's wrong. What am I talking about? It's very wrong. That's a great thing. When it goes all weird on the numbers that I'm counting on. Bruno Pio not quite able to close this gap up like he did before. Jarek Snyder running 2:04.7s. Pio running 2:04.6s. So very close here. Pio has opportunity to close this down. Slightly faster pace, only about a 1/10 of a second, but he's got 35 minutes to do it. So plenty of time to close this gap, get around in the right spot, make a clean pass, and take up P6 for the end of this race. We check in on Philip Milwee, running in P10 right now. That gap's still holding at about 1.5 seconds. It hasn't really moved that much in the last few laps. Checking on Andreas Borchers now can still continue to run hard in P1, that number 87 BMW. Brian Canopin, P2. Now listen, Canopin and his whole team, I don't care what anybody says, in that number 40 Audi Evo 2. All very fast drivers. We saw their pace today, 201s, 202s. This team is no slouches. The fact that Borchers and, Kai Friedrichs are able to run with this and run at this pace is absolutely unbelievable. Hats off to those guys because they have just blasted it today. Canopin now down a lap, and at one point showing 2 laps down. That's how wide the gap is here, and that's how big the pace is, because neither of these teams have been involved in any real major incidents today. I mean, we can see some dinging on the front of that Audi, but nothing absolutely major. No major incidents, no major spins, wall bashes, anything like that. Just crazy the amount of pace that we are seeing in this 6-hour series that we have run over the course of this summer. 157 laps down, 32.5 minutes left to go. Jarek Snyder still holding on to P6. Bruno Pio trying to close it down, now down to about a 1 second gap here. And I apologize, folks. I do need to take another quick step away before this race ends. Unfortunately, I have a little situation I have to handle. I will be back. I am going to leave us right here on Jarek Snyder, Bruno Pio. About a 1.5 second gap at this point. We will keep the action right here so that you guys can see it all. No autopilot. Jarek Snyder and team doing very well today. Up 3 spots to number 6. Bruno Pio down 3, looking to make up something before this ends out today, but not quite able to catch up with Snyder. Only about a 10th gap between them now across 14 and 13 laps between the two of them. 2:04.5s for Snyder, 2:04.49s, right? 4.9s for Pio, 4.556 for Snyder. These guys have very close pace. We're going to watch this rubber banding happen depending on who's in their better sector until the end of this. So again, I'm going to leave it right here. I will be right back. Thank you again so much for being here. Stick around. We got plenty of action left with the next 30 minutes to go in this 6-hour event. as we can see, Bruno Pio still unable to close this gap as time winds down. Just under 24 minutes left to go. Again, my apologies to y'all for having to step away. I don't like doing it more than once an hour. I had to handle a situation for my son. Philip Milwee showing yellow, but back on track. As we continue to keep an eye on Snyder and Pio. Now the gap under a second, but just not going down very quickly. Now starting to tighten up for us here. Once again, Snyder 2:04.4s, 18 laps into this stint. Pio running a 2:04.3, so he's got the pace. Just not able to close it up 1/10 at a time to find an opportunity. And now having to deal with back markers. Number 74 car of Craig Townsend getting between our drivers. This battle continuing. Coffin showing contact. Staying on track, however, but Snyder and Pio are our battle to the finish right now. Just under 20 minutes left to go. Pio's seeking out every opportunity. He's not human. Andreas Borchers is not a human being. We've established that. Currently running 2:01.022 and 0.72. His best a 2.2, his last a 7.2. It is ridiculous. Absolutely insane. Andreas Borchers, let's take a look at averages. And I know, I mean, we're not looking at them right now, but wait for this to come up across 11 laps for this latest stint. Stint 6 in this race, about to hit 360 minutes. As we wait for those averages to come up, Bruno Pio now making another push down the back straight on Jarek Snyder. This seems to be where these guys come together, and so far Pio unable to make a move or find a gap. Pio looking to the outside in T1 though. Can he take it? And there it is right there in, through T1. Bruno Pio moving up into P6. And we're going to see these guys stick together for a while. Again, only about a 1/10 difference between the two of them. And as we waited, they finally came up. Andreas Borchers for this last stint. So far, across 11 laps to this point, 2:01.483. 2:01.483. Now, just to give some perspective there, because again, I want to talk about the drivers I know sitting here where I sit who are fast, right? Brian Canopin has been driving the last stint for his team, a 2:03.321. Canopin is no slouch. He's no slouch. This guy has driven for esports, Team Fordzilla, right? We know he's got speed. He is behind Andreas by almost 2 full seconds. And this is race conditions. This isn't qual, right? This isn't low fuel qual stuff. This is race conditions and a 2-second gap to Andreas Borchers. Absolutely unbelievable. The man is not human. Bruno Pio securing P6 at this point, but now Snyder right there. The gap had been opening. Snyder finding himself some speed. As we head back up the hill, this is going to be our end of race battle. It seems just under 15 minutes left to go. Bruno Pio continuing to hold on to P6. Excuse me. So Pio doing a good job to keep calm, open it up. They have not ROV 7, but I would love to get into it. Why not? Andreas Borcher's showing yellow. Now this can happen for a slight off track. Still a lap ahead of Brian Canopin at this point, so nothing to worry about. Looks like no contact made. Another team doing well today, Jason Provolone in the number 30. Audi Sports. Take a look as we come down towards the end of this race, again with about 12 minutes left to go. Look at those position deltas one more time, because and unfortunately this is not going to be 100% accurate because my software died on me and I had to reopen it. But if you look, Ryan Brown currently P4. These guys have gained 6 spots since the beginning of this race. Absolutely fantastic run. Retro Coffin, however, showing, and again, this is not accurate, and this is why it bothers me that this close. We know Coffin and Dimitri Athwal running together in that Porsche. These guys at one point had 13 spots up, actually had 16 spots up, dropped back, you know, a few places during pit stops. But end of the day, they are up a huge amount. Don't pay attention to that P15 Porsche right there showing even, because that is not where they started today's race. They did a fantastic job. I apologize. What I meant to say was Rob Keesar and Dimitri Athwal. Those guys have had a great race today, and a lot of our drivers have. Again, jumping back to the top of the list, up 6 for Ryan Brown and team in the number 46 Audi. Same with Jason Provolone in the number 30 Audi, jumping up 3 spots into the top 10. And as I said, these are not 100% accurate because my software crashed with about 2.5 hours left to go. So my apologies for that. But either way, these drivers have made up these positions since then, in the last 2 hours of this race. So it just goes to show how well some of these guys have done. And Dimitri Athwal now off track. Getting that Porsche spun back up, losing 2 spots now down to number 17. Check in on Bruno Pio and Jarek Snyder. This battle continues up here for P6. Snyder getting past, but not willing to let it go, keeping it within about a second. We'll see if he's able to make a move in the last 10 minutes of this race. The gap now opening to over 3.5 seconds. Jarek Snyder sliding back. Bruno Pio securely in P6 if he can hold out for 8.5 minutes. Great runs by all these teams today. Brian Kennepin continuing to hold on to P2. The number 40 Audi. Gage Gonzalez. Let's talk about that 843 car real quick. Gage Gonzalez, Pedro Marzan, and Ricardo Rivera. Again, this team put together a great run today, holding on to P3 and a podium right now with just 6.5 minutes left to go. Check in with him. Your boy Blue currently running 20th. That number 614, Stephen Dunn, Josh Butler driving with him. Haven't seen Blue out there much today, but good to see him on track to finish this race. Only his second stint of this drive. But all these teams, hats off for sticking with it. 24 teams left on track. Number 46 car currently driven by Ryan Brown, but Patrick Tonhauser, Tyler O'Shaughnessy, again, great job today, currently sitting P4. We are down to the 5-minute mark in this 6 hours. Again, this team of the number 46 Audi is up 6 spots. Great run for them today. Don't forget, folks, if you enjoy endurance racing, whether driving it or watching it, okay? I like watching it. That's why I sit where I do in judgment over the drivers who are much faster than I am. This might be the last race of this season, but we're coming back with 949 and Trackalicious starting November 19th. 6 hours at Donington, Suzuka, and Kyalami through into 2023. And then, if you love Panorama, February 18th, we're coming back not for 6 hours, but for 12. So get ready, because if you thought today was fun, 12 hours, that means double the spice, right? So make sure you're here for all of those. I will appreciate it. We're going to talk about all the upcoming events we have at Box3 Motorsports. And again, you know what? I'm going to try and take a minute here. Let's see what I can find. Trackalicious and 949, some of the things they have coming up. Just to talk about it, I can't. Here's one of the things Trackalicious does that I love. These guys have great ideas about how to run some races. Oh, and right there, Ryan Brown into the wall. Not going to cost him anything. Not going to cost him a position. He's still got 38 seconds over Jason Provolone, but still, nerves are wearing thin here at the end of 6 hours. And a little bit of a dip into a wall can certainly screw up your race if you're not careful. So Trackalicious, it's already done, but one of the things they do is a spouse swap fun event. Say that 10 times fast when you're 6 hours deep and 2 scotches in. But this is so much fun to me, is that, and I wish I could get my wife to do it, or one of my kids even, is you take somebody who sim races, you take somebody who doesn't, and you put them in a race together. And it's just for fun, right? Whatever happens, happens, but it's a blast, and I think it's one of the great things Trackalicious does. They have their GT3 Fall Championship coming up from September to December. Races run, let's take a look here. They're starting September 11th. Trackalicious is running all the way until December 11th. With this schedule, so be sure and look them up on SimGrid. Take a look at Trackalicious Sim Racing. They are one of the co-sponsors of this event. And let's go take a look at 949 Sim Racing. Right now, no events listed. Still a great community. You guys want to go race with someone? They're a great place to be. A lot of great people over there. I encourage you to take a look. My Burkhoff in the chat, this was not fun. No more Bath. No more Bath. Listen, if you don't like Bathurst, there's something wrong with you. There, I said it. If you don't like it, there's something wrong with you. You got a problem. 1 minute, 18 seconds left to go in today's 6-hour event. Stick with us, folks. We're going to finish this race out 100%, just like the drivers. I want to thank y'all for watching today, sticking with us. Such a fantastic event to put together with 3 great sim racing communities, and that's what this hobby is all about, is bringing people together. Box3, we recently, one of our members, and I don't have it off the top of my head who did it, and thanks to them, but put together a Google map where all of our members can go and place where they are in the world, and we have brought people together from all across the planet, Europe, Russia, Asia, New Zealand, Australia, the United States, Canada, South America. It's just fantastic that this hobby brings so many people together. And it's one of those things that's why I'm so into it. That's why I love doing what I do, sitting here and talking to you folks about these drivers. They're the show. They really are. And thank you, Mandolo, for the compliment. I appreciate it. I really do. But these drivers are the show, and we've brought so many people together. It's a hobby that only adds to people. It doesn't take away. And that's what I love about it so much. How is number 46 doing after the shunt? Number 46, Ryan Brown, still holding in 4th position. Our race timer has run down as we wait for drivers to cross the line. We do have Bruno Pio and Jarek Snyder coming back together. Not quite under a second yet, but it's getting close. They're trying. Snyder looking to try and take that spot back before the end of this race. Just not sure it's going to happen. And right there, Andreas Borchers is your winner of the 6 hours at Mount Panorama today, as he crosses the line for the last time. However, we got a minute here because Brian Canopin still 2 laps down. We will see how this comes together at the end of this race. Mustafa Ranjbar finishing in P9. Robert Hepburn, P14. Coffin, P15. Thomas Radmar, P16. And we got door banging going on here for drivers that aren't even racing. Brian Canopin has finished his race in P2 as we wait for Gage Gonzalez to come across that line here at the end of the race. As you see, the ones with the checkered flags have finished. They're on the left-hand side of your screen. Gonzalez coming down now to finish P3. Kai Fredericks and Andreas Borchers taking P1 of this 6-hour event. Brian Canopin finishing in P2. Gage Gonzalez comes across P3. Ryan Brown, P4. As Jason Provolone heads down through the final corner to finish in P5. Bruno Pio, Jarek Snyder, Joseph Kostovich, Mustafa Ranjbar, and Philip Milwy are your top 10 for today's race. Absolutely fantastic. And there we go, folks. We are done with 6 hours at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. It's such a fantastic track. If you don't like it, there's something wrong with you. The elevation changes, the roller coaster ride down the hill. It's awesome. We watched that mountain eat more drivers today than it probably should have, but you know, sometimes that's going to happen. And, well, I think everybody dealt with it very, very well. We had a fantastic race. Thank you so much to Trackalicious 949 Sim Racing for putting this together with us. And again, we're coming back with another one starting in November. Stay tuned to Box3 Motorsports because I always put it out here. Go to SimGrid, follow us, Trackalicious 949, because then you'll know of all the events automatically. You'll get notified. It's easy. We're back next week. This is just such a fantastic thing for me. I love doing this. I think it's one of my favorite things in the world is commentating these races. And sometimes it gets hard over longer races like this, but I stick with you guys because I just love doing it. That said, we're going to jump over now. EG, I think, is going to be proud of me. I think so, because I think these guys are German. We're going to take a look at the LFM official race. I'm going to ask y'all to stick with us as we do that. Go raid these guys. I don't understand what they're saying. Maybe TG will. Maybe a few other members of our members of our community will. Because again, we're worldwide. Keep it right here to Box3 Motorsports. My name is Adam Thursby. I want to thank y'all so much for being here. You guys are fantastic. Thank you to everyone who subbed, the gift subs today, the follows, and for all the viewers and to all the drivers. My heart's out to you guys. You are appreciated. Have yourselves a wonderful, wonderful weekend and a wonderful upcoming week. Thank you.